Welcome to the iHSFAN Webcast Network. You are watching Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford. Tonight's game is being brought to you by Covert Ford, Bush's Chicken, Ideal Signs, Alpha Paving, Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events, Cameron Freeman at the Stacy Group, Maze Street Boutique, and Lodge Card Club. We also want to thank the 5 high school booster clubs for their support. Now, let's head to the field. Here is Brad Tillery and Ike Kohler.
Live from the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex in Round Rock, iHSFAN is proud to bring you the 2024 high school football season with Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford. Tonight, we have got what we think is going to be a dandy of a ball game to start the year, as the McNeil Mavericks will take on the Weiss Wolves in a non-district game to kick off the season. Hello, everyone, and we are glad to be back. Good to be talking to you again. Brad Tillery alongside Ike Kohler up here in the booth at Kelly Reeves. Ike, when we last saw this McNeil team, they made the playoffs for the first time in 19 seasons. They came off a 7-5 record, 4-3 in District 25, and a team that, they ended up losing to Cibolo Steel, but Steel made a nice run in the playoffs themselves, and a top 10 team in 6A last year. But this was a very young football team for McNeil that made some history.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. They were young. There's a core of sophomores that was in that group on this McNeil team last year, and especially on offense, they returned a lot of them. They're returning nine starters on the offense, 4 on the offensive line. And, McNeil made history last year. They made the playoffs for the first time in 19 seasons. And, they're looking to keep it going. But now it's a more veteran group. And they're still putting together the pieces on defense. But, this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, kind of a flip from last year where McNeil leaned on that defense a lot as the offense kind of gelled throughout the season. This year, 8 starters are gone from that defense from last season, but almost the entire offense is back, led out there by Jaden Schultz, who took almost all the snaps last year. Gerald Gary's going to line up all over the field again this year, where he counted for 14 total touchdowns last season. Aiden Taylor, Zach Christie are going to help out in the wide receiver core, but they're really going to have to carry some of that extra load because, as you mentioned, the defense, they lost some key pieces.
Yeah, last year at the linebacker position for McNeil, Marshall Holland and Bobby Holland held down the fort, and Bobby Holland graduated. So Marshall's really going to be a key figure in that defense. And this is a season of optimism for McNeil, and they won 7 games last year. They had only won 5 games in the previous 3 years, and they're playing a stout Weiss Wolves team they're moving down from 6A, and they won their district last year, and good competition.
Yeah, this Weiss team 9-2 last season. They lost in the first round of the playoffs. They got thumped 62-0 by Cedar Hill in round 1 of the playoffs. However, they won their district in 6A, 6A, District 12 last year. They're dropping down to 5A Division 1 this year after high school realignment that happens every 2 years here in Texas. This is a team that is loaded with next-level talent, Ike. A couple of starters in Adrian Wilson and Jason Stokes Jr. Adrian Wilson, a wide receiver. He's heading to Arizona State. Last year, 51 catches, 927 yards, and 14 touchdowns for him. And on the defensive side, Jason Stokes Jr., he's going to be heading to Utah. They've got some underclassmen as well that are being heavily recruited. We know Gerald Mays has a bunch of P4 offers we talked about earlier, including off-air, including USC. And then a sophomore in Trey Moore, who has already received, we were told earlier, about 15 offers for the next level, and those are continuing to come in just being a sophomore. This is a team with all kinds of talent, average 31 points a game, and we think they're probably the favorite in their 5A district this year.
Yeah, and all kinds of talent, and this team knows how to win. As far as building a program, the football program was established in 2017, but clearly Weiss has a lot of talent, and this offense. I was talking to some people close to the team on the sidelines, and it's going to be go, go, go. A lot of hurry-up offense, but they're led by a freshman quarterback, Jackson Shad.
Yeah.
And I mean, he has the full reins.
Bit unexpected tonight, right? Because they thought that their normal quarterback was going to be able to play. Unfortunately, had an injury during Jax Brown, I believe, was the quarterback there. He had an injury, and so Jackson Shad, ton of talent. They're very optimistic on him, but obviously throwing a freshman into the fire tonight against McNeil Mavericks squad. So this should be a really interesting football game. Obviously doesn't count towards playoffs or anything, which we'll hear Coach Hermes talk about here in the pregame show in just a second. But a really big game, one I think to litmus test and see where you are to start the season and understand what you need to work on throughout the rest of the year too.
Yeah, I mean, non-district matchup, but I mean, these kids have been waiting to play the whole summer, the whole spring, and yeah, I mean, you said it best.
Couldn't ask for a much better night. Partly cloudy out here, mid or low 90s to start the night. We'll be in the 80s for most of the game. Much better than it was last season to start this year when it was around the 100-degree mark. We're going to step aside, let you hear from some of our sponsors, come back, and we'll have the pregame interview with head coach of the McNeil Mavericks, Coach Scott Hermes. Back in just a minute. This is Round Rock ISD Football presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN Network.
Alpha Paving Industries, LLC, is an award-winning, full-service paving and pavement maintenance company. We are headquartered in Round Rock with offices in Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth, servicing cities throughout Texas. In an industry typically known for its lack of professionalism and customer service, Alpha Paving Industries was founded with a vision to provide Texas with a trusted, dependable paving contractor that delivers a strong customer experience, meticulous project management, utmost professionalism, and quality workmanship. In 2013, Alpha Paving Industries, LLC was awarded the City of Austin Small Business of the Year Award for its outstanding service in the City of Austin, and was recognized this year as a top contractor with 4constructionpros.com. These awards are a testament to how we do business with all our customers. If you're looking for Texas's most dependable asphalt paving contractor, contact Alpha today. Longtime McNeil parent Brian Kerman is a realtor who works for RE/MAX Capital City. Brian is involved in helping Round Rock families buy, sell, invest, and lease properties in the greater Austin area. He has been doing so for over 24 years. As a thank you to the community, he will be honored to donate $1,000 to your favorite booster club or other 501c3 if you use him and you close on a property. We hope you will contact Brian for all of your real estate needs at 512-921-4490 or at briankerman@remax.net.
Welcome back to the pregame show as we count down to kickoff on the opening night of Texas high school football season. The McNeil Mavericks hosting the Weiss High School Wolves in what should be a really good one here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. And with me now for the pregame show is the head man for the Mavericks, Scott Hermes. Coach, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great, man.
How was your offseason, first of all, before we get into your team?
It was a really good offseason. Obviously had a lot of momentum coming off of last season and carried that into the spring. Really happy with where our spring ball and summer workouts went. So excited to be back out here playing games that matter now.
So you guys made the playoffs last year for the first time in 19 seasons, won a playoff game, and did that largely, especially on the offensive side, with a young squad. How has that growth come from sophomore year, getting a ton of reps, to junior year now really having that experience under their belt with more time to go and growth?
Yeah, well, we went into last year knowing that we had a lot of talent on offense, but like you said, they were young, a lot of sophomores, and those guys are a year older. So I think our expectations have definitely gone up of what we expect from them, play in, play out. And now the challenge is on the defense, where we lost 8 starters from last year, and we're starting a lot of younger guys there, and we got to get them up to speed and get them going so that we're playing our best football when district comes around.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that defense. Obviously, losing a few key guys on that side. You lost, I think it was Jake Holland, right? Marshall's still around, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I got Marshall.
So, but Jake, obviously leader in tackles last year. Marshall had a really good season to start this as a sophomore. I'm assuming he's going to be kind of leader of that linebacking core moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. His older brother, Bobby, was a 3-year starter for us, and then he's graduated and moved on. And Marshall, started the year, had a knee or a leg injury last season, week 3, but was able to come back But yeah, he'll be the guy in the middle for us at linebacker. We expect big things from him for sure. He should be the leader of that defense.
What about the growth from your quarterback, Jaden Schultz? We saw that really early part of the year last year, some struggles, but towards the end of the year, grasped this team, really took the reins from the quarterback's possession. How has he grown over the offseason?
I mean, it's been tremendous. He went from a sophomore quarterback that, he was learning the position. He was learning how to play 6A football. Now he is an unquestioned leader on the offensive side of the ball, team captain. He's a guy that his teammates look towards, expect big things from, and we expect him to have a great season.
Your leading touchdown scorer last year, Gerald Gary, comes back, also another returning, one of those super sophomores last year, who's a junior now. Kind of lined up everywhere for you last season. More of the same this season expected?
Absolutely. That's one of his strengths, is that he can do multiple things, and so we're excited to see what all the different places we can put him and find interesting ways to get him the ball.
Well, that's one quick thing. I guess we'll let you go. Opening weekend here. Obviously, it's non-district play. Wins and losses matter, but they don't count for the playoffs, right? So, what are you trying to get out of these non-district early games?
That tonight we got a great opportunity to play a really, really good football team. This Weiss team was 10-0 for a reason. They're going to be good. They're top 10 team in 5A. So this is a great opportunity for us to prove that what we did last year wasn't a fluke, that we're building something here. But man, you said it. This would be a nice win, but we're going to walk away from this game either way, and it's not going to impact our goals. Our goal is to win a district championship. Our goal is to be a playoff team and win multiple playoff games.
Bush's Chicken is a proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs, with stores in Cedar Park, Round Rock, Georgetown, both North and South Austin, and our newest store serving Pflugerville and Hutto. Bush's serves the Texas standard in real hand-battered fried chicken and crispy tenders, tasty rolls, and that famous Bush's sweet tea. Bush's Chicken, proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. The Texas standard. Bush's Chicken. It's good, good, good. Interested in or looking for a home in the premier 55 and better community of Sun City, Texas? Trust the Stacy Group and realtor Cameron Freeman. Cameron specializes in buying and selling new and resale homes in the active adult Del Webb community in beautiful Georgetown, Texas. Contact realtor Cameron Freeman at the Stacy Group today with a text or call to 512-740-1836 to learn more. In the heart of Austin, there's a name that reigns supreme, Covert Ford. For over 114 years, Covert Ford has been driven by the community, offering unbeatable service and a wide selection of vehicles. From the rugged F-150 to the iconic Expedition, Covert Ford has the perfect ride for every journey life offers. Visit Covert Ford Austin, where community drives us. CovertFord.com off Research Boulevard. Join the Covert family today.
Welcome back to the Keller Reeves Athletic Complex. We are set for kickoff of the Texas high school football season on this Thursday, August the 29th, 2024. Brad Tillery and Ike Kohler here with you as Round Rock ISD football, presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN network, is coming your way. The McNeil Mavericks will kick it off to the Weiss Wolves to start this game. McNeil and Jackson Edwards tease it up. The Mavs in their blue uniforms and blue helmets with the white pants. Weiss all iced out in the white uniforms and the red numerals. Toe meets leather underway in the 2024 high school season. Ball is caught and returned by Garrick Stinnett over the left side. He'll break a couple of tackles, still dragging the defenders with him, and taken down finally around the 33-yard line. So that is where Weiss will start this football game.
This is a holiday across Texas. First day of football season.
Yeah, we got 2 of them this week. We're back here tomorrow night, too. So it's a full weekend, first 2 nights of action here on the iHSFAN network. We'll talk more about tomorrow night's game as the evening progresses. But first and foremost, the Weiss Wolves will bring it out to start this ball game. And we mentioned it is behind the freshman quarterback Jackson Shad, who will take the snaps tonight for Weiss. Shad looking to his right. They're going to start in a 5 wide receiver set for the freshman. As the little officiating snafu to get this game going. Maybe a late substitution, but everybody's set and level to go now. So it will be 5 wide for Shad. And they send men in motion. Play clock is underway. First snap of the ball game. It's a turnaround and a handoff over the left side to Nicholas Johnson. And he'll pick up 4 or 5 to start the ball game.
It was number 7, Hall, who made the tackle. It was a good job of containing the running back. It was a clean block by...
Yeah, Zerarian Hall is one of the guys who the McNeil Mavericks are going to count on this year to really step up. Defensive back. So he lost a ton of talent last year. So he and Joshua Gayden both playing DB now and changing positions. Remember, Gayden was back at running back last year. Weiss sends a man in motion. Instead, it's a handoff to Johnson again. Stutter steps, now breaks down the left side. He's got room into McNeil territory and shoved out of bounds at around the 40-yard line. But that's enough for a first down and more on a 23-yard pickup. This is one of the things Coach Hermes talked about in pregame with me off air. Was sometimes you think you got this team bottled up with Weiss, and they've got guys that are just good enough to break out of it and make their own play anyway. And there you saw it. It was pretty good penetration on Johnson in the backfield, and a little stutter step in the backfield, and off he was. Off he was going, rather. Shad checks with his offensive line, sends Adrian Wilson in motion. They will swing it out to Wilson towards the near side. He's got a big hole across the 35, makes a man miss, and finally wrapped up around the 31-yard line by Marshall Holland. That's going to be just shy of a first down, I think. Nope, they gave it to him.
That pass there, just getting your freshman quarterback comfortable throwing the ball around. Adrian Wilson, getting it to your playmaker and let him make some moves, get some yards.
Yeah, Adrian Wilson, the leading receiver for this Weiss team last year, almost 1,000 yards and 14 touchdowns. They fake the handoff. They'll slip screen it out to Daniel Berry going to the left. Shakes and bakes down the sideline and pushed out of bounds at the 10. But Weiss is quickly moving down the field. About an 18-yard gain. Officially, they mark him out at the 12, it looks like.
The pass option play by Shad there just flips it to the flat and lets Berry work. Looks like he's going to be dangerous when he has some open space.
Yeah, really nice job of just bringing Berry, sneaking him behind the line there and finding a ton of open space out there in the flat, like you mentioned. 1st and 10, they can get another first down. There's a handoff over the left side, and wrapped up at around the 7-yard line is Nicholas Johnson. Let's see who that was coming up with the tackle over there. Looked like it might have been Aiden Taylor stepping up to make the play. Taylor plays on both sides of the ball for McNeil.
Taylor was a factor in this McNeil defense last year, had a few interceptions. He hoped to be an anchor of that defense, provide some continuity.
2nd down, 7 to go. Or, 5 to go from the 7. It's our first game, too. Everybody's got to get the jitters out and get back in the swing of things here. There's another handoff up the middle, and this time the running back Johnson is wrapped up for no gain. Javion Vick, the first man to meet him there in the hole. I said no gain. He actually stayed on his feet and got to the 1. I looked down too early, Mikey. Excuse me, folks. It's 1st and goal. A 6-yard pickup down to the 1. He got wrapped up in the backfield and just kept on chugging.
There were blue jerseys all over him, and he's a hard man to bring down.
1st and goal now from the 1. Johnson in a pistol formation. They'll just hand it right back to him. And this time he is taken down. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage. Aiden Taylor, the first man to get there, but they might have been offside based on where that flag came in. And that is the call. McNeil offside, so the loss of 5 or 6 will be negated. Weiss picks up the length of about half a football. And it will be first and goal once again, inside the 1. Same formation for the Wolves. In that pistol, now they go under center. And it is fumbled at the line of scrimmage, recovered by Jackson Shad, the quarterback, but his knee was down when he recovered that football. Should be second down and goal from inside the 1.
Just a late shift there to the quarterback sneak. And
yeah, he just missed the handoff going under center there, and it just dropped right. Heads up by the freshman to get back on the football, but when he picked it up, his knee was already on the ground. 3 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. It is second and goal for Weiss. There's a handoff, and straight through the end zone goes Nicholas Johnson. He's in, and the Wolves have a touchdown to start this season on their opening drive.
that was an efficient drive from Weiss there, relying on the run game, a couple screen passes here and there, but I mean, at the end of the drive, Weiss had it first and goal from the half-foot line, and there wasn't much McNeil could do to stop them here as they try for that extra point.
8-play drive for Weiss, ending up in the end zone as time is called to, looks like, reset the ball in the correct spot. Extra point here from James Buchanan. I believe that's who's kicking. Oh, no, that's actually Sabian Munoz, excuse me. A run up, and Munoz boots it through. And with 8:31 to go in the opening quarter, after one drive in this football season, the Weiss Wolves have taken a 7-0 lead over the McNeil Mavericks.
Yeah, not a better. There isn't another better way to start the season than what Weiss just did there. I'm sure their offensive coordinator was smiling ear to ear, and you know their offensive line took control of that drive. You know they have a little bit of a size advantage, and you know McNeil almost recovered the fumble there, but Weiss able to get the job done. And now, if you're Jaden Soltz and going back out there with your experienced offense, you know you just want to get in a rhythm, pick a couple first downs. I mean, we're only 3.5 minutes into this ball game here, and it's very early, but we'll see which offense is more sustainable is the one that's going to win this game.
8 plays, 63 yards, 3 minutes, 21 seconds off the clock for the Wolves. Nicholas Johnson with a 1-yard touchdown plunge. They lead it 7-0 after their opening drive of the season. And now it will be the McNeil Mavericks' turn to touch the football on offense. Let's see who's back deep for the Mavs. It looks like it is Aiden Taylor and Joshua Gaden. That's a familiar duo from last year. They did pretty much all of the kick returning last season for McNeil as well. Munoz with a short run up. Little pooch kick towards the near sideline. It is fair caught at the 33. Jermichael Gray brought that one in, and here come the McNeil Mavericks for the first time this year, led by the junior Jaden Soltz. Soltz played in every game, started most games last year. He threw 14 touchdowns and 13 touchdowns and 13 interceptions. Averaged about 140 yards a game through the air, but I'll tell you what he really picked up towards the end of the year was his ground game. Yep. Saw a lot more threatening with his legs towards the end of the season, and there's a handoff, but a flag down on the first play. It was handed off there to Joshua Williams, who is the starting running back for this club, I believe now for the third straight season. It was a false start against the Mavs, so they'll back him up 5 yards.
2 early penalties here for the Mavs, but
And then the kind of penalties you kind of expect to see in week one, right? Alignment, procedural, those kinds of things happening. This time a handoff to Williams up the middle. Pretty nice hole to work with, and he pushes forward, gets the yardage back for 5. This should be the strength of the Maverick team, this offense, and especially this offensive line that returns 4 starters from last season. 3 wide to the right. Mavs go quickly. Another handoff. Williams breaks out to the right, fits forward to the 40. A gain of 7. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
Yeah, 4 starters returning on the offensive line.
We got a lineman down here on the second play of the game, and we just talked about that's the strength of this team here on the offensive side, besides some playmakers that are out there in Williams and in Gerald Gary. And you talk about Zach Christie, guys who can make plays all over the field, but the way this line, especially those first 2 plays, exploding off the ball and creating holes for the running back. Josh Williams, a lot of times last year, it seemed like teams were trying to key in on him to stop that running game after the first couple of weeks of the season. And, with some extra threats out there and you get a little more push on that line, Josh Williams becomes a real big factor in this offense.
Yep, and, Joshua Williams had a big first few games last season, and when teams started emphasizing stopping the run, they had some trouble. But then Jalen Schultz, when he started using his feet more, that opened up the passing game a little bit.
Yeah, and that was the thing. We talked about it briefly when they came out, but Jaden Schultz, when he started really they used his feet towards the end of the season, keeping the ball a little more, getting more comfortable back there. Obviously moving Gerald Gary around a lot too. He really began to take off in the back half of the season because we mentioned his passing yardage, but Schultz ran for 450 yards last year. That's not a nominal number for a quarterback, as the lineman is up and being helped off the field. That is Roberto Reyes down there, the senior. We will hope the young man is doing okay. He's kind of walking off gingerly with some help. It will be 3rd and 3 for the McNeil Mavericks here. 8:02 left to go in the opening quarter. Weiss leads it 7-0 after getting the opening kickoff and going right down the field. Now they await the restart of play, and we are back. Here is Schultz with Williams to his right. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Blitz coming right up the middle. Schultz will throw, and he overshoots his intended receiver. Think he was trying to catch Gary on the underneath slant and just sailed it over his head.
The Wolves brought the heat on that defense. Williams made a good block, but the receivers were pretty well covered there, nowhere to go.
4th and 3, and the McNeil Mavericks will have to punt this one away. Interesting development. Marshall Holland is doing the punting duties for the McNeil Mavericks this year. The big linebacker, snap to him, boots it away, a low end-over-end kick. That'll do some work, though. Fielded around the 23-yard line by Daniel Berry. He will be spun around and taken down at the 26. Good play by Joshua Abshir to clean that one up. It'll be Weiss football at their own 27.
Weiss was able to move the ball downfield relatively easily in their first drive. We'll see what kind of adjustments this McNeil defense makes.
Yeah, opening night of high school football here in Texas. Opening night, first real opening night of college football, too. We'll try to keep you up to date on the scores around high school ball and college throughout the night. Definitely at halftime we'll run down some scores. I may or may not have an eye on a few games here as we're calling this one, too. There's a lot going on here in this opening Thursday evening. 3 receivers left and 1 to the right for the freshman quarterback to work with in Jackson Shadd. He'll send Trey Moore into the flat. Moore will take the catch, get around left in, and be pushed out of bounds around the 33-yard line. Pickup of about 6 on the play. Second down and 4 now for the Weiss Wolves. McNeil sticking with their 3-3-5 defense that they ran a lot last year. As the handoff here goes to Nicholas Johnson. He's got a big hole. He's across the 45, pushing defenders with him, and out into McNeil territory at the 48. Finally brought down by Olivier Hemming, but not until he picks up about 20 on the play.
Number 54 on Weiss's offensive line. He made a great block that really opened up that hole.
Yeah, that's the center, Michael Otudu. Two receivers are on each side here for Weiss to work with. Man in motion. And there comes the penalty flags, and that one should be on Weiss. Will be their first penalty of the game. Back them up 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 15. McNeil band in full force down to our right. Pretty nice evening for high school football here. Cloudy, or partly cloudy, I should say. Temperatures right in the high 80s tonight. A little bit of wind blowing towards the north, but nothing too crazy. And another flag comes down. That's motion again against Weiss, and it'll back them up 5 more.
So miscommunication on Weiss's end, and look, this may be just what McNeil's defense needed to get a stop here because Weiss was rolling on the first drive. We'll see how Weiss plays this. They've only thrown that one pass on that slip screen.
Second, there should be first and 20 here. There's a handoff right up the middle. That's going to get 12 yards back for Weiss. Scoreboard said second down, but that was first down. Ball back now at the McNeil 45 for 2nd and 8. 6:20 to go in the opening quarter. Weiss leads at 7-0 after scoring on their opening drive, and they have the ball back after holding McNeil to a 3-and-out. Snap, fake handoff, double pump down the left side. It will be in and out of the hands of Aiden Taylor. Shad underthrew his intended receiver, Brayton Woolley, and Taylor just kind of planted his feet and went up to make the play and just couldn't bring it down. His eyes got real big when that one was floating in the air to him.
Had a little bit too much time to make the play, and Shad lucky to get that ball back in his hands.
3rd down and 8 now for Weiss. This might be four down territory for them, as they are in plus territory. Empty backfield. Shad to throw. Drops straight back. Being rushed. He will throw a little slip screen inside. He's got Daniel Berry. Tries to get across the field and cannot get out of the grasp of Aiden Taylor. Held to a 1-yard gain. Taylor just kind of wrestled him down there, and it's decision time for Weiss on 4th and 7.
Berry had shifted his way across the hashes, and Aiden Taylor making up for the dropped interception there. That's a great way to respond.
Really nice job of keeping your head in the game and making a play on the very next snap for Taylor. He'll drop back to receive this punt as Weiss will kick it away. So McNeil gets the benefit of those back-to-back procedural penalties and able to take advantage of it. And Weiss is going to take the intentional play of game, it appears, trying to give their punter a little more room to work with. I think that's Jackson Stokes back there kicking it. Or Jason Stokes, excuse me. Jason Stokes heading to the Utah Utes. He won't have to change his uniform too much with the red and black down there for Weiss. Already wearing Utah colors.
Colors of the Big 12, too.
There's a snap, and it is a wobbly punt that will bounce at the 18, take a huge hop, and go out of bounds right around the 10-yard line. So that's where McNeil will take over. Second possession of the opening quarter for the McNeil Mavericks. 4:58 to go in the first.
Yeah, McNeil McNeil Hill starting their own territory, getting a chance to get going.
Yeah, deep in their own territory to start this one, but they will have to go a long march. They did have the running game moving in the first 2 snaps of the ball game before trying to get a little 3rd and 3 pass. There's a handoff. Joshua Williams with room up the middle, and he'll be stopped after a 3-yard gain. 2nd down on the way. Hole closed up on him pretty quickly there. Looked like he had a little extra room to work with to start. .434 left in the opening quarter. 7-0 Weiss leads it. Here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. Split men in the backfield. We've yet to see Gary get his hands on the football. Jaden Thomas goes in motion to the right. Stepping up to throw. Down the middle, and that will be pass interference. Schultz was looking for Gerald Gary, and Gary just got pushed over right around the 30-yard line. So mark it a 1st down for the McNeil Mavericks.
First time we've really seen Schultz drop back and look to pass this game, and Gary had a lane going up the seam, and if there wasn't a PI there, that could have been 6.
That's what you look for with Gerald Gary. Try to get him into one-on-one matchups into space and let him do the rest. He's got speed and movement that just not too many guys possess. He's talking to Coach Hermes before the game. He's being recruited by a lot of schools so far here in the state of Texas. Drop back, Schultz to throw. Will air one to the right side, looking for Gary into double coverage, and that falls incomplete.
That's a safe throw from Jaden Schultz there. Weiss brought the house. He recognized it and stepped up in the pocket a little bit, and no one was covering the outside half of the field. Kind of threw it in no man's land.
2nd down and 10 now for the McNeil Mavericks on their 2nd possession of the ball game, down a touchdown. Split backs in the backfield. Schultz hands this one off. That's Aiden Taylor with the football, and he'll get out to the 29. Short gain of about 1. It'll be 3rd and 9 to come.
That was the senior Nicholas Thomas on the tackle for Weiss. 3rd and long, McNeil looking to sustain a drive.
And this is the kind of situation a lot of times last year where Schultz would start looking for Zach Christie.
Right.
When you needed that one-on-one catch, high point of football. Christie's very good at that. Taylor goes into motion to the right. Schultz calls for it. Drops straight back. He's got plenty of time. Now we'll throw down the seam. Looks for Gary, who makes the catch into Weiss territory. Oh, it's dropped at the last second. Looked like he had that one in his hands and then couldn't come down with it. And around the 45, kind of frustrated with himself, you could tell, coming off the football field, because that is one he usually comes down with. So the incomplete pass will make it 4th down.
Gary was running a skinny post up in the middle of the field. He was open for a little bit. Good closing speed by the Weiss defensive backs, but one he'll think he should have caught.
Definitely. A little underthrown, but still one that Gary, you could tell just by his mannerisms here on the sideline and coming off the field. That's one he wants back. But a guy that you have to continue to feed the football to because of what he can do. Timeout's going to be called here by the Mavericks with 3:30 to go in the opening quarter, down 7-0.
Here's a word from one of our generous sponsors. AutoNation Chevrolet proudly supports the Round Rock ISD football programs. Looking for a big win? Shop their unbeatable selection of new Silverados, Colorados, Equinoxes, Trax, and more. Plus, score cash for your car by showing it to the team at AutoNation Chevrolet. Get your quick online appraisal now at AutoNationChevroletWestAustin.com. Then get paid the same day. It's that easy, folks. Visit AutoNation Chevrolet at 183 in Duval today. Together, let's drive.
Thanks to all of our sponsors here on the iHSFAN Network for making this free to you, allowing us to bring this to you all season long. We'll have all the Round Rock ISD home games on the network. So whether it's here or Dragon Stadium, if there's a Round Rock ISD team hosting a game, we're going to be there this season. I mentioned already, Ike and I are right back here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex tomorrow for the Cedar Ridge season kickoff. There's a high snap. Holland pulls it down, able to get it off, but that is going to be a short punt. And a little extracurricular activity after the play down on the near sideline. Good job by Marshall Holland just to pull that one down. He had a man in his face when he tried to kick it, and this ball's going to be walked all the way up and marked at the 39 to start the drive for Weiss. It will be 1st and 10 for the Wolves. 3:25 to go in this opening quarter of play. Long delay for Weiss to get on the field here.
We'll see how they play this drive.
Yeah, it seemed like they tried to go to the air a little more last drive with their freshman quarterback Shad, but maybe they go back to the ground game here where they really haven't been tested too much. Not a whole lot of resistance so far from the defense on that side. Braden Woolley in the backfield. He'll take the handoff, bounces it out to the right side, and gets to the 30-yard line, but a late flag comes in from behind the play. Probably a hold against the Weiss Wolves, based on where it came flying from. Waiting on the call here, but they're definitely marking this back. Personal foul, face mask against the offense, so that'll mark it back 15 from the spot of the foul. Spot of the foul was the McNeil 36, so this is going to push Weiss all the way back to their own 49-yard line. That's 20 yards in penalties now, 25 yards in penalties in the last two drives for Weiss, where they started last drive 1st and 20 off back-to-back procedurals, and now they're at 1st and 22 to start this one.
They had great field position off the punt out of bounds, and I mean the 50 is still good field position, but looking at 1st and 22.
There's a little pitch inside to Daniel Berry, trying to sneak it around the left side, and only gets about 2 or 3 yards, trying to work the edge there. Joshua Abshir chased him down from behind at the 47 of McNeil. 2nd and 18 now for Weiss. A little lower scoring than I expected here, Ike. Empty backfield for the Wolves. Shad will send a man in motion. Trots back, throws the inside screen. It's caught by Berry, trying to get out to the left. Still moving that way towards the sideline. He slips down and only picks up about a yard at the 46. You could tell Weiss is moving players, trying to get to the outside as much as possible. Little surprising to me, though, in the first 10 minutes of this game, though, because they've had a lot of success up the middle in the run game, Ike.
I wonder if part of that is trying to get Shad into a rhythm, get him more comfortable throwing the ball. But, I mean, they ran the ball pretty much all day first drive. And
3rd and 17 here. 4 receivers in the set. Nicholas Johnson, the running back. Wouldn't be shocked to see a little draw play here to him if he could pop one. And if not, they'll punt it and play field position. Oh, they're going to let Shad throw it. Drops straight back. He will throw it to Johnson out of the backfield. It is caught, and he'll step out of bounds at the 33. Forced out by, looked like Tyson Cox got out there, if I got that right. I did not. That is number 13, Preston Stone, the junior defensive back. And here comes 4th and 4 in no man's land. They're going to go for this at the 33-yard line. Calling for the snap. Shad, now he's going to wait it out. Look to the sideline for a new play. They need the 29 to the Weiss Wolves. Drops back, throws left. That ball is caught. It's a first down on a quick out route to Peyton Guyton. Nothing fancy about it, just a little out. Quick little 3-4 yard out and a first down.
That's 2 good reads by Shad. On 3rd down, McNeil brought the left linebacker and just flipped it to his running back on the wheel, and knowing the situation, just putting the ball in the right place at the right time.
1st and 10 as Weiss gets out of a 1st and 22 hole. They were actually at 3rd and 17 at one point there. There's a handoff to the left side, breaking the first tackle across the 25, 20, and inside the 20 goes the running back Nicholas Johnson near first down territory. be a yard short of the sticks.
Weiss's receivers are doing a good job of holding their blocks downfield, and it feels like every run play, a lineman is, at least one is getting to the second level and causing problems for the linebackers.
2nd and 1. They will let him throw. Shot to the end zone. It is almost intercepted. Preston Stone got a hand on it, and now he needs attention. It looked like he lost his footing as he was going up for the football, and Stone is immediately calling for help. Able to get a hand on it to break up the touchdown, but now we need to put our concerns much more in a more important place, rather, and that is the young man's health. It's be 3rd and 1 when we come back. I thought I saw a flag come down on the play. Waiting to see what the call is. They are marking this back. So the flag looks like it's going against Weiss, but I haven't seen the call. There's a minute 57 to go in the opening quarter, rather. Weiss leads at 7-0. And this will be a penalty against the Wolves. Just a 5-yard penalty. Marked it back to the 24. They continue to look at the defensive back Stone. And I think, folks, this might be a few minutes. They're asking for some extra medical. I think they might be asking for a little extra help here. We're going to step aside for a minute, let you hear from some of our great sponsors who make these broadcasts happen, and we'll give you an update here in just a second. 7-0, the Weiss Wolves lead the McNeil Mavericks here on the iHSFAN Network.
Are you looking for a little something extra to get your business noticed? At Ideal Signs, they specialize in custom signage and large format digital printing in a variety of media. Their in-house design department can work with you to create custom artwork to your specifications. They'll work with you to conceptualize, design, and produce any custom projects or idea that you might have. Call 512-930-7446 or visit signsforsports.com. Ideal Signs, family owned and operated since 1969.
Visit Mays Street Boutique in Round Rock for all your shopping needs. Whether you're looking for a special gift or that perfect outfit that everyone will love, we have you covered. Come visit us in-store or shop us online at maysstreet.com. We appreciate your business and thank you for shopping local.
Are you ready to take your celebrations to the next level? Imagine luxury indoor sleepovers that bring the magic of glamping right into your home, or a posh picnic party that brings elegance and charm to your outdoor space. Whether you're planning a birthday bash or a simple get-together with friends, Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events is here to make your dreams come true for any special occasion. Our event planning services will ensure every detail is perfect, leaving you free to enjoy the moment. So let Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events turn your next celebration into a memorable masterpiece.
You are listening to the Horn Webcast Network, powered by iHSFAN. If you're interested in advertising on or privately supporting this webcast, please reach out to us on Twitter at iHSFAN. All audio rights of this webcast presentation belong to iHSFAN, and any intent to rebroadcast or retransmit must have express written consent from iHSFAN.
Still 7-0. The Weiss Wolves lead the McNeil Mavericks with a minute 57 to go in the opening quarter as the folks continue to attend to the defensive back for McNeil, Preston Stone. Unfortunately, not a great update, folks. They are having to help the young man off the field, and They're working on him now to get him off of there. While they continue to attend to the young man, let's give you some score updates from around the area. Hendrickson leads Belton 7-0. That game is in the second quarter. Eastview and Stony Point all tied up at 7 late first quarter there. Westlake leads Prosper 7-0. The Taco Shack Bowl getting started right about now downtown as McCallum takes on Anderson. Lago Vista will face Burnett tonight. And then just waiting on some score updates for tomorrow. Everybody else is playing tomorrow in the area. If you want to understand what's going on in the college football ranks, as we got some other scores to update on, Rutgers has pulled away from Howard 31-7. They are about to start the fourth quarter. Wake Forest in a battle with North Carolina A&T 17-10. That game is at the break. Gus Malzahn and UCF lead New Hampshire 22-3 late in the second quarter down in Orlando. Buffalo shutting out Lafayette 16-0 at the half. Bowling Green all over Fordham 27-3 at the half. Central Michigan 35, Central Connecticut 7. That game getting near halftime. Arkansas pounding Pine Bluff right now 35-0 early in the second quarter. Toledo, one of the favorites in the MAC this year, they lead Duquesne 21-7 rather. That game early second quarter. North Carolina State maybe about to punch one in, but they are in a battle with FCS Western Carolina 14-14 right now. Early are with 10 minutes to go in the second quarter there, but they do have the ball on the West Carolina 5-yard line. The Cotton Bowl victors from last year, the number 11th ranked Missouri Tigers lead Murray State 28-0 late first quarter as Eli Drinkwitz looks to have that team rolling here early. Kansas a 7-0 lead on Lindenwood as that one is almost done in the first quarter. North Dakota State goes into Folsom Field in Boulder, and they lead Colorado 10-7. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter there. That's a game everybody had their eyes on tonight, and we're saying maybe we got an upset on the way. That North Dakota State team, ranked number 2 in FCS to start the season, of course, at one point won 9 national championships in 11 years here recently, and here they go again, maybe pulling off a potential upset over the Colorado Buffaloes. Sneaky game of the night for me. Coastal Carolina leads Jacksonville State 10-3 in a Sun Belt versus Conference USA matchup. Those two teams will both be competing for their conference championships this year. Jacksonville State, to me, one of the two favorites in CUSA along with Liberty. Coastal Carolina in a deep Sun Belt conference this year. If you want a G5 conference to really pay attention to in college football this year, watch the Sun Belt. Texas State should be pretty freaking good. They got a couple of fun home games. I don't know if you know about this. Here early in the season, Texas State is going to host back-to-back weeks Arizona State and UTSA. Those are going to be some really fun games down in San Marcos, and I would tell you, if you don't really have rooting interest, or maybe you're a Texas State fan, or you just want to see some good college football, make it to one of those two games, because the atmosphere in San Marcos is a blast. Those games should be really good, but the Sun Belt all in, you're talking about teams like Troy, who, yes, they lost their head coach and lost a lot of talent. They're still the back-to-back Sun Belt champs. Appalachian State should be very good this year. JMU, James Madison, should be very good. We mentioned Texas State. Louisiana ought to be solid. Arkansas State's getting back to where they were previously. There's a lot of really good, solid football teams that you do not want to run up against in that conference, and it should be a really deep and fun one to watch throughout the season. Didn't even mention Georgia Southern. Coastal, by the way, has now gone up 16-3 at Jacksonville State, which, Ike, can you tell me where Jacksonville State is? What state are they in?
I'm going to go ahead and say Florida.
They're in Alabama.
Alabama, okay.
They're a little small school
Jacksonville, Alabama.
Jacksonville, Alabama. A little small school in northern Alabama.
I should have known with your Alabama roots.
I almost went to school there. I actually looked at it going there for a little while. Speaking of schools in Alabama, UAB, coached by Trent Dilfer. They are in a delay. They haven't kicked off yet with Alcorn State. Tulane, a 7-0 lead over Southeast Louisiana late in the first quarter. Tulsa with a 14-7 lead over Northwestern State. That one is in the first quarter. Tonight, Utah faces Southern Utah. A later kickoff than scheduled due to some weather in the area, but Minnesota is going to host North Carolina in the only P4 versus P4 matchup of the evening. That should be a really good one up in Minneapolis, I think. A stud running back from Minnesota on that team. That's getting a lot of hype to start the season. And then Eastern Illinois faces Illinois. Jackson State goes on the road to UL Monroe. And Sacramento State will take on San Jose State later tonight. By the way, Colorado has regained the lead. They now lead at 14-10 over North Dakota State late in the first quarter. I know Travis Hunter already has a touchdown in that game. Travis Hunter, of course, on the cover of the NCAA football game, as a standing ovation here at the stadium now for Preston Stone as he is being stretchered off the field, and our thoughts and prayers will be with him and his family as the medical attention he needs. Hopefully he'll be okay. It was a non-contact injury when he went down, and we'll just hope that Preston is good and will have a full recovery here. Certainly don't want to speculate on exactly what happened. Just know that it was a non-contact injury as he was going up to make the play. But yeah, there's your scoreboard updates. We'll give you some more throughout the night as the game goes on. Here right now, Weiss leads 7-0 with 2 minutes to go in the opening quarter of play over McNeil. Weiss got the opening kickoff and took it down the field on 8 plays, 63 yards. And Nicholas Johnson punched it in from 1 yard out. The teams have traded punts since then. Weiss, though, getting a short field to work with here to start this drive. They backed up to a 1st and 22 situation. It was 3rd and 17. They were able to convert after making a 4th and 4. And now here they are at 2nd and 6 from their own, from the McNeil 24-yard line as we get back under play. We are in the shadows now on the field as the sun begins to hide itself away for the evening. Bunched receivers to the left. It's a direct snap to Daniel Berry. He'll be hit in the backfield and driven out of bounds for a loss. Michael Jones, the junior linebacker, steps up to make the play. And it'll be 3rd and long now for Weiss.
That's the first time we've heard Michael Jones' name called tonight. He got off the line real fast. It was a good read on his part.
9-yard loss there, Ike. And it is 3rd and about 15 now for Weiss. Weiss trying to get a little tricky there with a direct snap after the long break. And good job by McNeil and Michael Jones to read it. 3rd and 15 now for the Wolves. In the all-white uniforms, and time will be called by Weiss. We're going to step aside, let you hear from some of our sponsors. Back in just a second. 7-0, Weiss leads McNeil.
Alpha Paving Industries, LLC, is an award-winning, full-service paving and pavement maintenance company. We are headquartered in Round Rock with offices in Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth, servicing cities throughout Texas. In an industry typically known for its lack of professionalism and customer service, Alpha Paving Industries was founded with a vision to provide Texas with a trusted, dependable paving contractor that delivers a strong customer experience, meticulous project management, utmost professionalism, and quality workmanship. In 2013, Alpha Paving Industries, LLC was awarded the City of Austin Small Business of the Year Award for its outstanding service in the City of Austin, and was recognized this year as a top contractor with 4constructionpros.com. These awards are a testament to how we do business with all our customers. If you're looking for Texas's most dependable asphalt paving contractor, contact Alpha today.
3rd and 15, Weiss with the football. There was an injury on the field. The good news is the Weiss young man was able to get up and run off under his own power. Snap back to throw. Freshman fires it left side. That's well short of his intended receiver. Incomplete. Jackson Shad was looking for Adrian Wilson. Aiden Taylor and a few other McNeil players were out there on defense. Kind of no man's land here for Weiss, so they're probably going to go for it on 4th and 15 from their own, from the McNeil 33.
Shad had to get rid of it a little early there because of the pressure off the edge by Nwosu, the senior defensive lineman.
Yeah, Wadika Nwosu probably going to get a lot more snaps. He played some last year, but expecting a lot more out of him to step up this year for McNeil. Like I mentioned, this McNeil Maverick team replacing 8 defensive starters. 4th and 15 for the Wolves, and now timeout called. Nope, delay of game. Excuse me. And that's the kicker sometimes with a freshman quarterback. Guy playing his first snaps at this level and a little slower to maybe process information, get the ball, get the calls in, whatever the case may be. Well, you'll have that delay of game and go from 4th and 15 to 4th and 20, and Weiss might think about punting here.
The thing about this first quarter is it feels like Weiss has dominated time of possession. It feels like they've been winning this game, but then you look at the penalties. They've been behind the chains a little bit.
4th and 20, they will go to throw. Pressure coming from the left side. It is intercepted by the McNeil Mavericks. Going the other way. It's Javion Vick down the right side with a convoy of blockers in front of him. Finally pushed out of bounds around the 43-yard line. Good pressure there to get to Jackson Shad. And a well-done job by Javion Vick to pick it off and pick up some yardage going the other way, too.
I think it was Nwosu again causing the pressure, but how about McNeil, the McNeil defensive line stepping up on two third down plays to force Shad to get rid of it, and he was looking for something in the right seam and felt like one of those was going to get picked off. McNeil had a couple chances earlier.
Well, the Mavericks with their best field position of the night at the 43 on their third drive of the game. There's a handoff, and flag comes down before the play could get moving. False start against McNeil. That's their, I believe, third one of the game or second one of the game. It's that opening week. It's kind of what you expect. A little, just everybody's not sharp, right? You hadn't played all year. You've only had the one scrimmage with another team that was last week, which Coach Hermes said off air. He's like, I was really happy with the way that the team played last week in the scrimmage, but there's nothing like when the lights get turned on and the fans are in the stands, right? Fake handoff to Williams, throw near side to Christie over the left side. He's got room to run across the 50, gets forward into Weiss territory at the 49-yard line. Zach Christie, first time we've called his name tonight, picks up 13. It's 2nd and 2.
Little hurry-up offense from McNeil here.
2nd and 2. Soltz drops back. Will throw down the right side. One-on-one coverage, and it is just out of the reach of Gerald Gary. Blanketed by Jermichael Gray. It's 3rd down and 2. Kind of like that shot with 3rd and 2 coming up, though.
Yeah, take a shot downfield. I mean, look, you have your best playmaker receiver one-on-one coverage, and got to take the shot. Good coverage.
Joshua Williams lines up at running back. Weiss blitzing right up the middle. Williams takes the handoff, though, kind of stumbles forward, loses the football late. He was already down, but I think he might either – let's see, they mark him down just shy. It's 4th down and about half a yard. If he's able to hold his feet, he had room for the first. Soltz goes under center. Probably just a little quarterback sneak here. Nobody lined up over the center. Nope, they go straight to Williams. Up the middle he goes, and across the 40 to the 39. It's a 1st down.
That was a hard cut by Williams, and now McNeil's rolling a little bit, getting some momentum.
We saw McNeil do that at times last year, too, on those short yardage plays, get under center and just go right up the middle with it, with both Gary and Williams. That is the end of a long opening quarter, 7-0. The Weiss Wolves lead the McNeil Mavericks, but the Mavs are driving. Back in just a minute with quarter number 2. This is Round Rock ISD Football, presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN Network.
The Lodge Poker Club is a members-only card club offering a wide range of daily and tournament gameplay. In Round Rock, just off exit 251 on I-35, the Lodge now boasts the largest card room in Texas with 82 tables, comfortable chairs, and 40 75-inch TVs. The Lodge provides fully trained dealers and on-site security with state-of-the-art camera system to ensure the comfort and safety of our members. Open 24 hours a day. More information at thelodgepokerclub.com or call us at 512-614-4045. Longtime McNeil parent Brian Kerman is a realtor who works for RE/MAX Capital City. Brian is involved in helping Round Rock families buy, sell, invest, and lease properties in the greater Austin area. He has been doing so for over 24 years. As a thank you to the community, he will be honored to donate $1,000 to your favorite booster club or other 501c3 if you use him and you close on a property. We hope you will contact Brian for all of your real estate needs at 512-921-4490 or at briankerman@remax.net.
First snap of the second quarter is a handoff to Joshua Williams over the right side, picking up about 2 or 3 yards down to the Weiss 37. 7-0. The Wolves lead McNeil, but the Mavericks driving here to start this quarter. Second down, 8 to go. Soltz to throw. Drops back, has time, steps up, throws down the right side. He's got a man, and he overshoots his intended receiver, Aiden Taylor. It'll be 3rd and 8. They're not afraid to let Soltz throw it down the field right now, Ike.
I've had 2 or 3 of those deep shots. Whenever Soltz sees a one-on-one coverage, it looks like he's going to take it, and that's trusting your receiver to go make a play.
3rd down and 8. Soltz hands it off. It's a reverse to Taylor. Now they flip it back to Soltz. We'll throw it down the left side to Williams. It is caught. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks on the razzle-dazzle. Joshua Williams sneaks himself out of the backfield. A reverse pitch back to the quarterback. And 37 yards later, the McNeil Mavericks are on the scoreboard.
First touchdown of the season for McNeil, and that's going to be remembered for the entire season. I mean, Williams was wide open downfield.
Soltz to Williams on the trick play. Woo! Extra point, snap down, the kick is up, and the kick is good from Cesar Baza, a new kicker for McNeil this year. And with 11:26 to go in the second quarter, we are all tied up 7-7 between McNeil and Weiss.
Talk about a way to energize a sideline, to get that trick play going, something they've worked on. And he had 2 wide open receivers. He had one up the seam.
He had Aiden Taylor down the seam, yeah.
So I was looking at Taylor, then he found Williams, and more than one way to skin a cat. But, yeah, no, it's a good play by McNeil there. And it felt like Weiss was just grinding away that first quarter, but they were only up 7-0, and now it's a whole new ball game. And, you know, Jaden Soltz, their quarterback, we had seen take a few deep shots with the receiver and one-on-one, and it was only a matter of time for – it was like McNeil was due for a big play. They were due. And, you know, it was just good timing there, good play call to start the quarter. We got a tie ball game, Brad. Tie ball game.
7 plays, 57 yards, 1:27 off the clock. 7-7 your score after Jaden Soltz is able to find Joshua Williams out of the backfield from 37 yards out on the trick play. Nice little play call there, and yeah, you got to like that. And you've been probably sitting on that one for a while, working on it in camp, and then you pull it out here to start the second quarter. Nice call, a nice time. And here come the McNeil Mavericks to boot it away for the first time tonight. Let's see who's kicking off. Looks like it's Jackson Edwards to kick it off. A little interesting. We saw Bryce Wilson do the kicking last year for this team. Wilson, I think, only missed 1 kick all year. He's not in pads tonight, though. I see him down there on the sidelines. There's the kick. End over end. And fielded at the 7-yard line. Out to the 25. A lot of room down the left side. 30 for Barry. And he will be pushed out of bounds. But Daniel Barry with a heck of a return all the way out to the McNeil, or to their own 46-yard line for the Weiss Wolves.
McNeil's going to have to watch out for number 3, Daniel Barry. I mean, he's been a weapon on offense, and we just saw on kick return, that kick gets in space. It's trouble for defenses.
7-7 score. Barry with the nice return back to the 46. Weiss takes back over. Now, the Weiss Wolves have had a punt and an interception on their last 2 possessions. Penalties really hurting them as well in key spots. Keep pushing them back here. The freshman, Jackson Shad leads his offense back out there. Nicholas Johnson, the running back, to his left. 2 receivers on each side. Moves the running back to the right now. It will be a handoff to Johnson. Stutter steps in the backfield, now cuts back towards the right. And that little stutter step picked him up 2 or 3 as several McNeil Mavericks are there just waiting on him. Pick up a 2 to the 48. By the way, going back to Boulder real quick, North Dakota State has regained the lead, 17-14.
Wow.
Still in the first quarter.
Should put them in the NCAA football video game.
Yeah, if you haven't played FCS Midwest, that's probably them, and that's probably why you keep losing to them, like, if you haven't done that yet. 2nd down and 8. And timeout called for McNeil. 10:40 to go in the second quarter, 7-7 your score. And Ike, here we got a little word from our friends at Auto Nation.
Our good friends at Auto Nation, very generous sponsors, and Auto Nation Chevrolet, they proudly support the Round Rock ISD football programs. And, folks, if you're looking for a big win, shop their unbeatable selection of new Silverados, Colorados, Equinoxes, Tracks, and more. Plus, score cash for your car by selling it to the team at Auto Nation Chevrolet. Get your quick online appraisals online now at AutoNation Chevrolet, WestAustin.com. Then you get paid the same day. It's that easy. So visit AutoNation Chevrolet at 183 in Duval today. Together, let's drive.
Thanks to Auto Nation and all of our sponsors here on the iHSFAN Network for making these broadcasts happen. It is 2nd down and 8 for the Weiss Wolves at their own 48-yard line. 7-7 the score here. 10:40 to go in the second quarter. A couple of delays in the first quarter due to some unfortunate injuries that made it a long first quarter for the reasons that you never want to talk about. Man goes into motion. That's Adrian Wilson. Instead, they'll hand it off again to Johnson. Bounces it out left and only picks up a yard or 2. Really, really well done by Ziarian Hall, the defensive back, to step up and make the tackle at the 50-yard line. 2-yard gain.
Ziarian Hall, the senior defensive back, we didn't see him a lot last year on defense, but
he switched from wide receiver to defensive back this year. Yeah.
That's right, he did.
3rd down and about 6 now for the Wolves. We haven't called Adrian Wilson's name a whole lot tonight. That's been the name that you would expect to hear for Weiss on offense. Rolling to the right. Will throw. Man wide open down the right side, and it's incomplete. Intended for Daniel Berry. And Jackson Shad's going to want that one back. He just misfired by a couple of yards. Berry laid out to try to grab it, but couldn't get to the football, and it is 4th down.
Yeah, Berry was wide open down the sidelines and just forced to throw it on the run there. McNeil looking they'll get the ball back, looking like they'll get it again. And after Weiss's first 2 drives or so, that we haven't seen him, put the receivers more in motion to try to get stuff going as much.
Short back, it's a fake punt. Direct snap, and around the right side, it's going to be enough for a 1st down. Ja'Cory Gary Alexander, the linebacker, playing up back, got a direct snap to him, and he gets to the 41-yard line. 9-yard gain, a really smart play call, and kind of a smart risk to take there as well, Ike, being right at midfield. Don't lose a whole lot of field position if it's not good, but instead, now Weiss keeps the football.
Weiss responded with a trickery of their own, needed something to get them going there. They're a little stagnant for a little bit, and now they're across midfield, 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 40 for the Weiss Wolves. Man in motion, they'll swing it out to the near side to Trey Moore. Makes the first man miss, breaks a tackle, pulling a couple of defenders with him, and he's down at the 33-yard line. Man, Trey Moore is a big, big wide receiver for just being a sophomore. Just kind of towers over some players down there.
It took more than 5 players to take him down.
Yeah, This Weiss school you mentioned, they're only a few years old as a program, but they're getting a reputation for turning out talent. High snap, taken down by Schott, hands it off over the left side, a huge hole, and down the sideline goes Nicholas Johnson, pushed out of bounds at the 21, a gain of 12 and a first down. So 1st and 10 coming up for Weiss. 8:37 to go here in the opening half of play. 7-7 your score. Schott calls for the snap. Waits to the right side, hands it off to Johnson, who will be bottled up in the backfield and taken down for a loss on the play. First man there to make him go back was Josh Abshir. And then the play was cleaned up by Zarian Hall, but Abshir is down behind the play. It'll be a second down after the loss, but now they're checking on Abshir to make sure he's doing okay. And just not what you want to see tonight from anybody. A lot of guys going down early in this contest. Abshir being attended to right now. While they attend to him, we're going to step aside and let you hear from a couple of our sponsors.
Bush's Chicken is a proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. With stores in Cedar Park, Round Rock, Georgetown, both North and South Austin, and our newest store serving Pflugerville and Hutto. Bush's serves the Texas standard in real hand-battered fried chicken and crispy tenders, tasty rolls, and that famous Bush's sweet tea. Bush's Chicken, proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. The Texas standard. Bush's Chicken. It's good, good, good. Interested in or looking for a home in the premier 55 and better community of Sun City, Texas? Trust the Stacy Group and realtor Cameron Freeman. Cameron specializes in buying and selling new and resale homes in the active adult Del Webb community in beautiful Georgetown, Texas. Contact realtor Cameron Freeman at the Stacy Group today with a text or call to 512-740-1836 to learn more.
Second down and 13 here for the Weiss Wolves as we're back underway. Good news about Abshir, by the way. He's able to walk off the field. Quick little slant throw over the middle. That ball is caught by Trey Moore, and he's down inside the 10 at the 8. Using that size of Trey Moore on the quick slant there, Ike, it's first down.
Moore having the leverage there on the inside. Jackson Sad just has to flip it over to him, get rid of it quickly, and Weiss is rolling.
First and goal from the 8-yard line. Handoff, bouncing out to the left side is Johnson. He'll be strung out and no gain on the play. Well done by the defensive backfield for McNeil there. Again, hauled in on the play, as was Javion Vick.
This feels like a similar drive to Weiss's first drive of the game, where mostly relying on the run game and occasional pass. But McNeil's going to need to make a stand here at the goal line.
Second down and 8. They will play it on a sweep, a little direct snap sweep. And down inside the 2-yard line goes Daniel Berry. Kind of timing play there. It caught everybody off guard, but McNeil able to stop him just shy of the goal line at the 2. Third down and goal from the 2. Johnson lines up to the right of Schott. A lot of blockers in front of him. Hand off to Johnson up the middle, and he will be stacked up short of the goal line. Good play by the McNeil Mavericks defense, and it was Olivier Hemming, the main man there to make the play. Fourth down and goal coming from the 1.
That's a big boy stand from McNeil here. I mean, that hole was there, but it closed real fast. But
officially marking at the 2. Full house backfield again. Shot under center and timeout called. They tried for it. Shot goes under center, and did they get in? He got in for the touchdown. My goodness. Coach Hermes was down the sideline calling for a timeout before the shot ever got under center, and no one saw it. Flag down on the play as well in the defensive backfield. But you can see the frustration from Coach Hermes. He wanted the timeout. We will wait for the official call. Dead ball foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Weiss Wolves. So that'll go on the kickoff. Extra point from Sabian Munoz here is up, and it is good. And with 6:02 left in the second quarter of play, Weiss now takes a 14-7 lead after the quarterback sneak touchdown there from Jackson Schott.
Jackson Schott was just able to break through the dam there. Finally, McNeil, I mean, they stopped him on third down. On fourth down, I know Coach Hermes is upset. The timeout didn't get seen, but, hey, it's only a one-score game midway through the second quarter, and you know, McNeil's offense has looked a little bit more comfortable here as the first half of the season has progressed. But if you're Weiss, if Weiss can get a stop here, then they can really turn up the pressure on offense. But look, still 6:02 left in the second quarter. Weiss holding a 14-7 lead over McNeil, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to hit Zach Christie or Joel Gary on a deep shot, but. Look, Brad, they've also had success running the ball with Joshua Williams, too.
Yeah, they really have. And, you know, we'll see how they come back out to attack this defense here on this next drive. 14-7, Weiss leads McNeil. For Weiss on that last drive, 11 plays, 54 yards, 5 minutes, 16 seconds off the clock. Remember, though, Weiss is going to have to kick this ball off from their own 25 after the penalty was assessed. It was a dead ball penalty, so the option to take it on the kickoff, and that is where McNeil will take it to try to play some field position game here. It is Taylor and Gaydon back deep for McNeil, standing at around their own 26-yard line. Last time a little pooch kick. This time Weiss will kick it deep. It is fair caught at the 37. Maybe had time to make a return there, but McNeil chooses to the fair catch. It was Jeremiah Williams who called for it and made it, so the Mavs get the football at the 38 to start the drive. 6:02 to go in the opening half of play. Thought this would be a good football game tonight. Been some starts and stops to it, but it is competitive, 14-7. Weiss leads McNeil. Mavs scored their last time with the football, though. Jaden Schultz, the junior, leads his team back out there. Quarterback takes the snap, hands off to Williams. Bounces it over the right tackle, and Williams gets out to the 41. Gain of about 3 on the play.
And we'll see how both these offenses progress once they make some adjustments during halftime. I mean, the first half of the season, we both thought that it'd be very high scoring, and it still could be. There's a lot of game left.
2nd and 7. Taylor goes into motion to the left. One-on-one coverage with Gary down the near side. Throw down the middle. That is behind the receiver, but caught by Zach Christie. Hauled in at the Weiss 44-yard line. It's a first down. Nice play by Christie there.
Christie kind of found a soft spot in that coverage there, make the athletic grab.
15-yard gain, quick screen near sideline. That's Gary with the football, and he will only pick up about a yard or two as they swarm to him, getting out to the 41. First time Gary's actually had the football in his hands tonight. They tried to get it to him a few times, just haven't been able to connect yet.
Yeah, and that was well read by the defensive back, but I liked how Gary, he's a solid defender and lowered his shoulder into him. He's a downhill runner, and he's going to attack.
Second down, 7 to go for McNeil. Taylor in motion to the left. Blitz picked up, throw down the middle deep. He's got Gary open at the 10, and he just overshot his receiver. Gerald Gary was open, and they just couldn't connect. Nice blitz pick up there in the backfield by Joshua Williams, the running back, to give Schultz time to get that ball off. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Gary had his man beat on another post route.
3rd down, 7 to go. See how they call this. Might be 4-down territory, depending on what this play is. Ball at their Weiss 41. Heat coming from up the middle. Looks like, nope, little flash movement there. And a flag comes down. That was interesting. The 2 tackles went wide, which you're allowed to do as long as you reset. You just got to be on the line of scrimmage. Maybe Weiss made contact. And nope, they're going to call false start against McNeil. It's the kind of play where usually the coaches will tip off the referees before the game, like, hey, we're going to do this at some point. Don't overreact to it. But ref saw something they didn't like, so that backs Mavs up to the 46. 3rd and 12 after the procedure penalty. Schultz looks to the near sideline as they switch the play. Still 7 seconds on the play clock. Taylor in motion. Play clock down to 2. They just get the snap off. Schultz to throw. Down the left side, wide open. That's Aiden Taylor at the 25, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks. Aiden Taylor walks into the end zone from 46 yards out.
It's been a night of big plays for McNeil offensively. How about that? Aiden Taylor, first touchdown of the year, and he just appeared out of nowhere down the sideline.
No one within 25 yards of it. Second touchdown pass of the night for Schultz. Extra point here for the Mavericks. Snap is down, and the kick is true. 4:23 left in the opening half of play. We're all tied up once again, 14 apiece, as McNeil finds the end zone for the second time.
Yeah, Jaden Schultz, he's done a good job of keeping this offense composed. You know, despite some pauses in the first quarter, despite some penalties, Schultz, he's missed a couple deep balls tonight, but he's also absolutely hit on a couple that have resulted in touchdowns. And they've come when McNeil has absolutely needed them. The trick play in the first quarter, and then Aiden Taylor, I assume he was in the slot. He normally lines up in the...
Well, he was in motion. They were taking
okay.
motion across the field there.
Right, and Taylor just got open in space. McNeil scoring on big plays tonight. Weiss has driven down the field, but when Weiss has had problems defensively, it's when Schultz has, I guess, taken the top off of the defense, either a miscommunication in coverage or just a receiver getting open. But Schultz has been pretty solid tonight.
Yeah, Schultz has really settled in. First quarter a little up and down, but he's kind of settled in here. He's they're running some really nice plays for him too to find some open receivers. And 14-14 your score. Both touchdowns tonight have seen receivers just wide open out there. Of course, the first one a little trickeration. That one just slipping a man out of the backfield. The run up in the kick for the Mavericks, booted away. It will be Barry fielding at the 7. Barry out to his right, trying to find space. He's got a hole to work with. Down the right sideline, room to run across the 50, cuts back at the 40, 45, makes a man miss, 35, 30. He's off to the races. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Daniel Barry, 93 yards on the return.
Weiss Wolves, how about that? Barry had a lot of space on the return, cutting back. Seems like the whole width of the field, Daniel Berry putting the Wolves back on top, and this has turned into a classic first half. Berry has shown his speed all night, has been able to cut around the defenses, and the last hope was the kicker from McNeil, and he just cut up field and he was gone.
93 yards for Berry on the kick return. Coast to coast he goes, and tell you what, McNeil might think about kicking short for the rest of the game with him. That's 2 back-to-back really strong returns, as the extra point is good. 21-14 the score. Weiss has quickly regained the lead on the touchdown return. Heck of a ball game brewing here between McNeil and Weiss, and we thought, Ike said, oh, well, it's really kind of hadn't turned into the track meet we thought it might. Starting to begin to look like it with teams kind of scoring up and down the field. That is now 4 straight possessions with the ball ending up in the end zone. 4:07 left to go in this second quarter of play, as we are fully and officially under the lights here.
Yep.
On a Thursday night.
Weiss's defense didn't get a lot of time to rest, but I guarantee you they're very happy about that.
You'll take the points when you can get them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the 93-yard touchdown return. It is Sabian Munoz to kick it away here for the Weiss Wolves. See how McNeil plays this one. Last time, Weiss kicked deep, but that was because they were kicked back from their 25, rather. This time, kicking away from the 40. They might do the short kickoff again. Here they go, angled toward the sideline. Fair catch called for and made at the 32 by McNeil. So McNeil doesn't get terrible field position because of that. 4:06 to go in this second quarter. Mavs offense goes right back to work. Jaden Schultz, junior quarterback, leads this very experienced McNeil offense back on the field here. They've attacked some different ways here, getting the running game going a little bit too with Joshua Williams over the last few drives. Those 3, 4, 5-yard pickups by Williams are allowing those pass plays down the field. Man goes in motion. That's the tight end, Bowen Wheatley. There's a snap. Schultz to throw. Escapes out to the right. Trying to throw back across his body. It's incomplete. Intended for Aiden Taylor.
It's a bit of a dangerous throw there, back across his body in the middle of the field, but Schultz using his legs to get out of the pocket, avoided the sack.
Yeah, that might have been one late last year that Schultz would have just turned up field and tried to get a few yards, 5, 6, 7 yards. And this one, he stayed parallel to the line of scrimmage, throwing first. 2nd and 10 now. Hand off to Williams. Plenty of room over that right side. He gets out to the 35-yard line. A pickup of about 3, maybe 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 7. And I believe we have a player down. We do for the Weiss Wolves. Hopefully the young man's okay. He seems to be moving around a bit, but they're going to certainly take their time with him. 3:48 to go here in this second quarter. We're going to step aside for just a second. This is Round Rock ISD Football, presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN Network.
Interested in or looking for a home in the premier 55 and better community of Sun City, Texas? Trust the Stacy Group and realtor Cameron Freeman. Cameron specializes in buying and selling new and resale homes in the active adult Del Webb community in beautiful Georgetown, Texas. Contact realtor Cameron Freeman at the Stacy Group today with a text or call to 512-740-1836 to learn more. Bush's Chicken is a proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. With stores in Cedar Park, Round Rock, Georgetown, both North and South Austin, and our newest store serving Pflugerville and Hutto. Bush's serves the Texas standard in real hand-battered fried chicken and crispy tenders, tasty rolls, and that famous Bush's sweet tea. Bush's Chicken, proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. The Texas standard. Bush's Chicken. It's good, good, good.
It is 3rd down and 7 for the McNeil Mavericks. Schultz looks to throw deep down the right side, and it is incomplete, intended for Taylor. And it'll be 4th down and 7 now for McNeil. Had one-on-one coverage, but Taylor was well blanketed out there. In fact, the defender was at the football before, the spot of the football before Taylor was. 4th and 7 now for McNeil. They'll have to punt this one away.
So McNeil unable to get anything going, which leaves the door open for Weiss to open up a 2-score lead.
Yeah, remember, Weiss does get the football coming out of the locker room. Or, excuse me, McNeil does out of the locker room. So an extra score here for Weiss could be huge for momentum and building gameplay. End-over-end punt fielded at the 40-yard line and swallowed up immediately with the tackle there for McNeil. It was number 34, Skylar Eves, making the play. Weiss will start at their own 38. 3:26 to go in this first half. See how Weiss decides to attack this one. Last time they had it on offense, they went on an 11-play march over 54 yards for the touchdown that was capped off by the Shad quarterback sneak. They also had a 93-yard kickoff return for a touchdown in between them. Like a penalty after the play, so this ball's going to be marked at the 50. And this is McNeil football. I missed the penalty, Mikey, but McNeil gets the football here. First down,
Yeah.
Mavericks.
Yeah, I didn't see a flag on the field, but
I didn't either. I missed it. I may have been roughing the kicker or something. That's the only thing that would make sense here. But first down, Mavericks at the 50. Fake to Williams. Gary on the screen pass, near side, makes the first man miss and gets to the 46 of Weiss. So McNeil with a reprieve. We mentioned that momentum, and now I'll tell you what, if you can do a 3-4 minute offense here, Ike, you can get a touchdown and get the ball coming out of the locker room and maybe take all the momentum and get the lead here. And now timeout called as another player is down on the field, an injured Weiss Wolf on the far side. 3:02 to go in this first half with McNeil trailing by 7. And we'll step aside one more time.
A little something extra to get your business noticed? At Ideal Signs, they specialize in custom signage and large format digital printing in a variety of media. Their in-house design department can work with you to create custom artwork to your specifications. They'll work with you to conceptualize, design, and produce any custom projects or idea that you might have. Call 512-930-7446 or visit signsforsports.com. Ideal Signs, family owned and operated since 1969.
Visit Mays Street Boutique in Round Rock for all your shopping needs. Whether you're looking for a special gift or that perfect outfit that everyone will love, we have you covered. Come visit us in-store or shop us online at maysstreet.com. We appreciate your business and thank you for shopping local.
Back here at the Kelly Reed's Athletic Complex, the injured Weiss Wolf is off and under his own power, so good news there. 3:02 to go in the second quarter. McNeil with the football, 2nd and 6 from the Weiss 46. Handoff to Williams up the middle. Joshua Williams make the first man miss. Stacked up, though, at the 41. That's a gain of 5. It'll be 3rd and 1 for McNeil.
Williams has had success tonight, but that was tough sledding, and defense drove him back about 10 yards after.
Yeah, but hey, forward progress gets him 5. 3rd and 1. They'll throw. Schultz fires one down the left side. It is caught and around the 10-yard line, inside the 10 to the 8. That was Zach Christie coming up with it in one-on-one coverage. There is a flag down. I think Weiss jumped offside. It was offside. That play will stand. First down, Mavericks, 1st and goal. 33-yard gain.
There's Schultz with his deep shot downfield, and Weiss jumping off sides. It's a free play.
Well, and that's what Zach Christie can do, too, for you. We saw that a lot last year. Big one-on-one catches, 25, 30 yards down the field. Here it's 1st and goal from the 8. Mavs go under center. Hand off to Williams, right up the gut. He'll walk into the end zone. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks. Joshua Williams into the end zone for the 2nd time tonight. First one on the ground, and we're an extra point away from being tied up again with 2:04 to go in the half.
This game has the makings of a classic to start the high school football season, and Schultz, we're waiting for him to connect with Christie on one of those deep shots. He finally did. Christie got open, made the play, and Williams converted on the run right after in the extra point. And
extra point here is good. 2:04 to go in the first half. And your new score, Weiss 21, McNeil 21 here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex.
Offenses are starting to pick up a little bit. They're scoring pretty fast, 21-21. Both the crowds are involved. Couldn't ask for anything better on a Thursday night to open the season. And
well, I'll tell you what, credit McNeil's offense there, too, for taking advantage of the roughing the punter. Like, they were off the field. It was a 3-and-out and a punt. They get a reprieve for the roughing play, and the 15-yard penalty immediately cashed in. 7 plays, 68 yards, 2 minutes, 2 seconds off the clock. And 21-21 your score. We thought this one could be good, Ike, and we are being treated to one heck of a football game to start the season tonight.
Yeah, it's a game of opportunities, and McNeil got a second opportunity on that drive, and, they took advantage.
Well, McNeil taking their time as they come back out for the kickoff. We'll continue to keep an eye on scores from around the area and also in the college ranks tonight for you as this game continues on. I think the one everybody's got their eye on is in Boulder tonight. North Dakota State, a 20-14 lead over Colorado. That game getting close to halftime. Colorado with a football deep in their own territory right now.
Good friend of mine, I can guarantee, is in the stands wearing Colorado Buffalo gear. And
oh, yeah?
I'm sure he's sweating it out.
Here's the run-up and the kick away for the Mavericks. It is kicked deep again to Barry. Last time he touched it on a kick return, he took it to the house. This time he is tripped up. The ball is out. There's a scramble for the football at the 30. Who's got it? Who's got it? McNeil says they do, but it will go the way of the Weiss Wolves. Ooh, almost a huge play for the Mavericks. Instead, Weiss gets the football at their own 30. Tell you what, if McNeil can fall on that one, talking about short field, 1:57 to go, the ball coming out of the locker room, all the momentum be on your side at that point. Now you got to get a stop. Still plenty of time for Weiss to get down there and score before the half.
Weiss looking a little shaky down the stretch of the first half. The roughing the punter penalty, keeping McNeil's drive alive, and the fumble. But we'll see what Jackson Shad can do here. 2-minute drill late in the first half. First time practicing it, in-game situation.
Yeah, he's been a little shaky through the air at times tonight, too. They will send all 5 receivers to the left side. I have never seen this. And Shad's going to take it and run right up the middle. Slides down, but a flag comes down, and that's going to be a motion penalty on the Weiss Wolves. I don't think I've ever seen 5 to a single side before, Ike.
I haven't. It looked a little funky, though.
First and 15 now. I like the idea. Get everybody flowing one way and then run the quarterback right up the middle. This time they'll swing it over to Barry. Cuts back towards the near sideline. He gets back to the 30, but nothing more. Couple of defenders there. It was Arian Hall and Javion Vick teaming up on the tackle. Penalty yardage is gained back. It is 2nd and 10.
Hall did a good job of cutting off the outside. Was playing contained defense, forcing Barry inside towards the backers.
2nd and 10, man in motion. That's Braden Woolley. They'll throw it back inside to Adrian Wilson on the screen. Makes the first man miss. Tries to reverse field the other way to the right. He's got room. He turns the corner and turns on the Jets. He's across the 40. It's a first down. Finally pulled down by Michael Jones, but whew! You can see why Adrian Wilson is heading to the next level in the Big 12 because, man, as soon as he found some open space, he really got moving. 12-yard pickup.
Yeah, he was moving and bodies were flying on that play. There were a couple of big blocks there.
Wilson heading to Arizona State. There's a high snap, fielded though, thrown down the middle. That is complete to Barry. Shakes off the first tackle, and Barry is taken down now at the 44 of McNeil. Got to be careful there. He got up a little angry and may have stood over a player. We got a defender who is down behind the play for McNeil as well. So another injury. Unfortunately, that kind of night so far tonight for both of these teams. A lot of guys slow getting up. We will wait that out. Back in just a minute. This is Round Rock ISD Football presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN network.
Are you ready to take your celebrations to the next level? Imagine luxury indoor sleepovers that bring the magic of glamping right into your home, or a posh picnic party that brings elegance and charm to your outdoor space. Whether you're planning a birthday bash or a simple get-together with friends, Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events is here to make your dreams come true for any special occasion. Our event planning services will ensure every detail is perfect, leaving you free to enjoy the moment. So let Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events turn your next celebration into a memorable masterpiece.
Well, it'll be 1st and 10 after the injured player is able to walk off the field under his own power there for McNeil. So good to see. 109 to go in this opening half of play. 21-21 at your score. Weiss with the football at the 44-yard line of McNeil. There's a fake handoff, throw down the middle. It is picked off by the Mavericks. A flag comes in late. I think it's going to be pass interference. Peyton Guyton was the intended receiver, and he just went down. I think he had some contact that forced him down. Otherwise, it was intercepted by Jeremiah Williams, the defensive back. I'm pretty sure this one's going to go against the men in blue. It is pass interference, and the ball will be spotted at the spot. 35-yard line. It's a first down for Weiss.
Weiss here, 53 seconds left, still have 2 timeouts, so they could run the ball if they wanted to.
Yeah,
once, maybe twice.
They could definitely do maybe they kind of got a little bit of the playbook open right now. You also might want to just get Jackson Chad some reps in this 2-minute offense when you can. Weiss a little slow to get this play call in. A little timeout on the field, though, to let, looks like a Maverick player, fix his shoe out there. This is a long, long opening half of the season. Going to be a later night than usual here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. And we're right back here in less than 24 hours. Tomorrow night, Ike and I up here in this same booth on this same network. The Cedar Ridge Raiders taking the field for their opening game of the season. 1st and 10 here. It's a reverse. Flip back to Peyton Guyton. Almost taken down around the 50. And Guyton able to get back to the 40, but no more. Good job by the McNeil defense, and especially numbers 23, Javion Vick, and number 32, Michael Jones, for making that play.
Yeah, they were the last line of defense there, and if Guyton would have gotten free, that could have been another touchdown.
Timeout called by Weiss after the 6-yard loss. Back to the 41. By the way, the game tomorrow night that we've got, it'll be the Cedar Ridge Raiders and Buda Johnson here at the complex. Also tomorrow night on the network, Round Rock. They're over at Dragon Stadium. They're playing Shoemaker to start their season. Tonight on the network, besides this one, Stony Point is taking on Eastview at Dragon Stadium. And then Ike and I, we got a few calls. We got a few weeks off after this one.
Yep.
There's no game on the network next week. Ike's going to take advantage of that and go check out Ann Arbor for the big Texas game up there. And then a few weeks after that, the week after that, football is back on the network. You and I are not going to be able to do the games for prior reasons, so we've got about 3 weeks before we're back on the air.
Yep.
For me and you, but then we've pretty much every week afterwards.
Yeah, pretty much. So we got 2 games this week, and y'all make sure to like and subscribe to the iHSFAN Webcast Network.
Yeah. Like, subscribe, share, tell all your friends. You can catch the best in Austin area high school and Round Rock ISD football here on the iHSFAN Network. You can do it for free all year long. It is 2nd and 16. Swing pass. And now a double pass down the left side, intended for Adrian Wilson. It'll go out of bounds. Wilson was open, but Daniel Berry couldn't find him. 3rd down and 16 coming. Both teams trying to throw some trick plays here in this first half, Ike.
Trying to spark some magic.
3rd down, 16 to go. 32 seconds left in the first half. Ball at the McNeil 41-yard line for the Weiss Wolves. All tied up at 21. They will fake throw. Now throw far sideline. Ball's caught at the 39. And here comes 4th down. Caught by Trey Moore, the sophomore. And clock will continue to tick. 20 seconds to go. They might just take one quick shot to the end zone. They do have a timeout to the Wolves if they want it. And here they do take it with 17 seconds to go. 34-yard line is where the ball will be spotted. 21-21 your score. It's been a fun football game so far, Ike. It kind of stagnated early. Like Weiss came out with that opening drive touchdown. Both teams exchanging some punts and a turnover, but then really at about the start of the second quarter, both teams on the offensive side settled in and were able to find their rhythm, just trading punches, and every time one of them has touched the football since the beginning of the second quarter, they have scored a touchdown.
Yeah, teams have settled in. The scoring has picked up, and Weiss had that very efficient first drive of the game, and then they had a kickoff return. But for McNeil, pretty much their only source of scoring has been big plays, has been off of blown coverage or a receiver has been wide open. And, Weiss could have broke this game open in the sort of early in the first quarter, but
yeah.
McNeil's defense, I give credit to them, their defensive line has made adjustments. I'm sure they're communicating better, down on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There was a feeling early in the game that this game might get away early from McNeil, but able to force a punt and then really that interception in late in the first quarter that kind of set McNeil up on their first touchdown drives. I think settled this team down, and it's just been punching back and forth really since then. Of course, one of the touchdowns for Weiss, a 93-yard kick return by Daniel Berry, who's been kind of all over the place as the timeout continues. Here's a long, long timeout with 17 seconds left in this quarter. I don't know if this is a media timeout that's taking a bit longer or what's going on, but 21-21 your score. We continue to wait this out. When we come back, it'll be 4th and 9 for the Weiss Wolves. Need one of those sticks that you see in college that count down the timeout. You know, the college and pro games will say, oh, there's 3 minutes left until you come back, whatever.
Oh, right. like for commercials and media and stuff.
Yeah.
I am noticing over on the chains, the down marker. That's new this year, right?
Digital.
It's digital. Big red number 4 over there. Those digital ones are new.
You're going to laugh at me for saying it, but actually the first college to use that was Auburn.
Really?
About 8 or 9 years ago.
Huh.
34-yard line of McNeil is where the Weiss Wolves will spot this one. 4th and 9. 4 wide receivers of the set, 2 on each side. Braden Woolley in the backfield with the freshman Jackson Shadd. Drops back, finds Woolley out of the backfield. That's a first down and more across the 20 to the 15, stacked up at the 10 and pushed out of bounds there. McNeil playing a bit of a prevent defense to avoid anything in the end zone. 25-yard gain. Makes it 1st and goal, and now Weiss probably will take a shot or two.
Woolley was wide open there.
Let's see how Shaw decides to attack this one. Drops the throw. Fade route into the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Weiss Wolves. Trey Moore, the sophomore, comes up with it. And Weiss grabs the lead right before the half.
Trey Moore, he high-pointed that ball. That was a good throw by Jackson Shadd. And this back and forth, second quarter in the game, it continues with Weiss. Another blow to McNeil. And, Weiss went for it on 4th and long with 17 seconds left, and scored a play later. It's been that kind of game for both teams, as the extra point is good there.
6 seconds left in the half. Weiss takes a 28-21 lead on a 9-play, 70-yard drive that took 1 minute and 51 off the game clock. They lead it 28-21. Trey Moore with a 9-yard touchdown reception right before we head to the locker room. And like you said, Ike, this is just back and forth and back and forth. And I think it's the kind of game that might come down to the first team that makes that big turnover. We saw the kickoff with the fumble earlier. Like, if McNeil's able to hop on that football, it's going to be that kind of game where one play is going to really change the complete momentum of this contest.
Well, yeah, and I think it was Aiden Taylor with the first interception, and McNeil almost had an interception on that drive, but then there was a PI. But if there was no pass interference, the game would have been completely changed. But, yeah, turnovers will be a big factor, and McNeil does get the ball to start the second half, so we're in for a bumpy finish.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one to finish out the night as we get to the second half. Still 6 seconds left in this one, though, before we get to the locker room, so don't want to say anything just yet because who knows. Long kick, fielded at the 3-yard line by Aiden Taylor. He'll bring it out. Hits the hole, and will be taken out at around the 28-yard line. That will end the half, and we will go to the locker room. After 24 minutes of play, well, we got a barn burner. Weiss 28, McNeil 21 here at the Kelly Reese Athletic Complex. Back in just a minute with the review of what happened here in the first half. We'll give you a scoreboard update, and then we'll step aside for just a bit. 28-21, Weiss leads it here at K-Rack. This is the Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN network.
Are you ready to take your celebrations to the next level? Imagine luxury indoor sleepovers that bring the magic of glamping right into your home, or a posh picnic party that brings elegance and charm to your outdoor space. Whether you're planning a birthday bash or a simple get-together with friends, Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events is here to make your dreams come true for any special occasion. Our event planning services will ensure every detail is perfect, leaving you free to enjoy the moment. So let pop-up parties and posh events turn your next celebration into a memorable masterpiece.
Back here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex, we are at halftime with the Weiss Wolves leading the McNeil Mavericks 28-21. We told you folks during the pregame this was going to be a good one. Well, we're not lying, as the track meet has ensued. A combined, by the way, 42 points in that second quarter between these two teams. Here's how it all went down in the opening half. Weiss got the football, went right down the field, and scored on the opening kickoff. It was an 8-play, 63-yard drive capped off by a Nicholas Johnson 1-yard touchdown run to make it 7-0. The teams would exchange punts over the next 3 drives. Weiss had the ball, and through an interception, Javion Vick picked it off for McNeil right before the end of the first quarter. And then McNeil finally found that offensive rhythm, and it was a trick play for the first touchdown of the season. Jaden Schultz to Joshua Williams out of the backfield. It was a reverse that was flicked back to Schultz, and then he found Williams for the touchdown from 37 yards out. 7-7 your score there. Weiss got the kickoff, returned it out to the 46, went on a 54-play march over 11, or 54-yard march over 11 plays, taking 5:16 off the clock as Jackson Schad was able to sneak it in from 2 yards out on 4th and goal to make it 14-7. McNeil, though, answering right back once again. It took just 5 plays in 1:29 for a 46-yard touchdown connection from Schultz to Aiden Taylor. Schultz's second touchdown pass of the game. 14-14 your score. Ensuing kickoff, Weiss, Daniel Berry, 93 yards on the kickoff, takes it to the house. 21-14 your score. But McNeil gets it back with 4:06 left in the second quarter. They go on a 7-play drive for 68 yards. And Joshua Williams punched it in from 8 yards out on a handoff from under center. 21-21. And then Weiss gets it back. And less than 2 minutes to go, goes down the field for 70 yards. A 9-yard touchdown pass to cap it off with 6 seconds left in the half to Trey Moore. 28-21 is your score. Weiss with the lead here at the half at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. And I'll tell you what, Ike, your impressions from first half of this football season.
It has been quite the first half, and it's been very fun to watch. You know, I guarantee you no one's going to leave early in this game. And, you know, Weiss coming down from 6A, McNeil still in 6A, and you know, McNeil has held their own, to say the least. They've been very explosive on offense, while Weiss has scored in a variety of ways. They have a special team touchdowns from Daniel Berry, and, you know, we've seen a little bit of everything, and I think there's going to be more of that in the second half.
Yeah, it's been a really fun back-and-forth ball game, and like you said, probably expecting just more of the same here for the final half of this one. Let's get you score updates from around the area. Hendrickson leads Belton 14-0 in the third. Stony Point, in a game you can watch here on the iHSFAN network, they are on top of Eastview 14-7 at Dragon Stadium. That game starting half number 2. Prosper leads Westlake 14-13 in the third quarter. In the Taco Shack Bowl, you talk about points. They're only halfway through the second quarter. Anderson 31, McCallum 20. They are going back and forth up and down the field at House Park. I didn't know a stadium that old could allow that many points on the field. I didn't think that was allowed. That place was built to bleed 3 yards in a cloud of dust down there in downtown Austin. Everything else, by the way, tomorrow night, the only score we don't have an update on tonight is Lago Vista and Burnett. In college football, let's get you some updates from what's happening there. Wake Forest 38, NC A&T 10. That game starting in the fourth quarter. Gus Malzahn and UCF have blown it open against New Hampshire 57-3. Started the fourth quarter in Orlando for the Citronauts. I know they're the Knights, but if you know anything about UCF football, go back to the days they were the Citronauts. They had an orange astronaut as a logo. It was awesome. You should absolutely find a T-shirt and buy it because it's awesome. Buffalo in a struggle with Lafayette, the FCS team rather. 23-13, the Bulls lead with 8:50 to go in that one. Bowling Green all over Fordham, 41-10 in the fourth. Central Michigan pounding Central Connecticut, 66-10 into the third there. Fire up chips. In the third, Arkansas 56, Arkansas Pine Bluff nothing. That game being played at War Memorial Stadium in Little Rock tonight. as the Hogs will get off to a 1-0 start. Toledo running away against Duquesne 35-10 in the third quarter there, still early up at the Glass Bowl. Western Carolina trying to pull an opening night upset on the road in Raleigh. 4:36 to go in the third. Western Carolina with the football in North Carolina State territory, and they lead it 21-17 over the number 24 ranked team in the country. Dave Doran might be on the hot seat here early if they fall to that one on opening night. Mizzou all over Murray State, 35-0 at the half. The Cotton Bowl champions from last year. And Eli Drinkwitz off to a good start. And that's a team that people think might have a chance at sneaking their way into the playoffs out of the SEC this year. Kansas shutting out Lindenwood 34-0. That game at the half. Also at the half, the one everybody kind of had their eyes on tonight, North Dakota State 20, Colorado 17, as North Dakota State kind of knew they'd give everything they had to Colorado, and the number 2 team in FCS football, showing why they have been a dynasty for the last 15-plus years. Coastal Carolina, this is a game I thought would be really good tonight. Instead, they are running all over Jacksonville State, 31-10 at the half in Jacksonville, Alabama. UAB 14, Alcorn State 3 at Progressive Field in downtown Birmingham. That game is into the first quarter. Tulane shutting out Southeast Louisiana in New Orleans 21-0 in the third quarter of play. Tulsa 41, Northwestern State 14 at the half. They are underway in Utah, second quarter there. The Utes with a 14-0 lead over Southern Utah. In the second quarter in Minneapolis, Minnesota and North Carolina are scoreless. And Louisiana Monroe, a 7-0 lead over Jackson State in the second quarter. Illinois leads Eastern Illinois 7-0 late in the first. And a final from Piscataway, Rutgers 44, Howard 7. Here tonight, 28-21, the Weiss Wolves lead the McNeil Mavericks. We're going to step aside here during the halftime break, take a little break ourselves. We don't have audio, unfortunately, for the bands, but we do have video, so sit back, enjoy the formations of the bands. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so with half number 2 from the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex, where the McNeil Mavericks will look to pick up a little bit of a come-from-behind win. They get the ball coming out of the locker room. They're down 7, 28-21. Weiss leads it. This is Round Rock ISD Football, presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN Network. Back here live at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. We get set for half number 2 of opening night of high school football here in Texas. The McNeil Mavericks trail the Weiss Wolves by a count of 28-21. As this is Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN network. Brad Tillery and Ike Kohler here with you tonight. And we have had a good one so far. Ike, McNeil gets the football coming out of the locker room here. They have scored on their last 3 possessions. What do they need to do to continue that momentum and just keep pace with Weiss so far?
Well, I think it would really help them to just settle in on defense and get a stop, and that would allow their offense to really get rolling. But Weiss has scored in a multitude of ways. They had the kick return. They scored at the end of the half when they got the ball with less than 2 minutes left. But McNeil on offense, they're going to get the ball first this half. I think you got to rely on your big playmakers. Jaden Schultz, he's had a steady hand so far, and just open up the passing game a little bit by giving it to Joshua Williams. And you can have Christie on the outside, and Jarrell Gary is the threat anytime he touches the ball. So I said just take care of the football and get it to your playmakers.
Well, it'll be for the Mavericks. Aiden Taylor, Joshua Gaden back deep to receive this opening kickoff of the second half. End over end. We'll send Gaden back. He fields it at the 2. Waits patiently for a hole to open up. Breaks out to the left side, and he'll be wrapped up and taken down at the 17. Nicholas Thomas, the defensive back, steps up to make that tackle. There's nowhere for Gaden to go. And McNeil will start inside their own 20 to open up the second half of play. I believe that's their second worst starting position of the night. For the Mavericks, Jaden Schultz leading his team back on the field to open up half number 2. One guy we didn't see a whole lot of, they tried to get it to him a few times, but I think he only had 2 touches in the first half, was Gerald Gary. A couple of passes overshot, but got to find a way to get the ball in his hands more, I would think, here in the second half as well. Joshua Williams, though, actually it's going to be Schultz keeping it. They faked it to Williams on the end around, the sweep play, and then Schultz keeps it up the middle. First time we've seen him run tonight. He gets out to the 23, and we saw that more last year towards the end of the season, using his legs to open up the run game.
Yeah, especially in those last 4 games. McNeil won their last 4 regular season games, and that's when their offense was in its stride.
This time they will hand it off to Williams, and there you go. You see that Schultz run just freezes the linebackers a little bit there for Williams to find that extra gap of room, and it makes it 3rd and 1. Ball at the 27. Another handoff. Williams right up the middle, breaks a tackle across the 30, falls forward at the 34. He's got a first down. Hard running from Joshua Williams. A 7-yard pickup. And McNeil's going fast, keeping this ball on the ground and moving quickly. Schultz checks with the line of scrimmage, changes the play. Williams to his left. Fakes the handoff, swings it out far sideline. It's incomplete. Shorted it to his intended receiver. I believe it's Zach Christie who they're trying to get the football to. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Christie took a shot. I think the defensive backs, in case it was a fumble, they were going to get it. But, positive sign here from McNeil early in the second half. If they can sustain this drive, build a lot of confidence and trust in this offense.
Schultz fakes the handoff, keeps this one up the middle, breaks a tackle. He's out to the 37, 38-yard line. And a little pushing and shoving at the line after the play here. Intense football game tonight. The Weiss coaching staff not happy right now, pulling some players off the field they want to talk to after that one. 3rd and 7. Ball on the right hash mark, 3 receivers to the near side. It is Christie one-on-one up top to the left. Schultz drops back, has time, will throw, looking for Christie in that one-on-one coverage. It is almost intercepted, and Christie did a really nice job on Josiah Wells there to turn into a defender and knocked that one out of his hands. 4th down.
Yep, Josiah Wells. That was a stop and go route by Christie, and Wells didn't take the bait. And unfortunately for the Mavericks, they're gonna have to get rid of this ball, and Weiss gets another relatively quick stop. McNeil hasn't necessarily strung together first downs in offense. When they've scored, it's been quick, deep shots down the field, and it's been that kind of night, for them. But we'll see if they let the punt returner return the ball here.
Holland takes the snap and boots it away, a little wobbly spiral that'll bounce at the 34. Take a friendly McNeil roll, and it will be downed at the 24. So a nice kick there from Marshall Holland, the linebacker, doing the punting duties. Take that one all day, though. It's about close to a 40-yard punt. It'll be first down Weiss. 9:43 to go here in this third quarter. The Wolves lead it 28-21, their first possession now of the second half. We'll keep an eye on scores from around the area and in college football as well as we continue to watch those tonight. Opening night everywhere. Of course, there was week 0 last week, and you had the big upset with Georgia Tech and Florida State. But kind of everybody getting together in force tonight and throughout the weekend for college football. Here in town, Texas plays Colorado State on Saturday. There's a handoff over the left side on a single back formation to Braden Woolley. He's taken down at the 29-yard line. Couple of Mavericks in on the play. Looked like Zarian Hall. Called his name a lot tonight. Olivier Hemming as well in there. 5-yard pickup.
This is sort of the week 0 of high school football, Thursday night.
In a way, yeah.
In a way.
Yeah. 2nd and 5 here. Handoff up the middle. Woolley taken down from behind. No gain on the play. Really nice job by the Maverick defense. That looked like it was Javion Vick shooting up there to make the tackle from the linebacker position. It was. 3rd and 5. Chance for the Mavs to get right off the field here on defense and a 3 and out.
This will be huge for the Mavs. They can get a quick stop here, 3 and out.
Split back to the backfield. Fake the handoff, swing it out to Peyton Guyton. He'll turn upfield. He got a first down across the 35 out to the 37. And Guyton is slow to get up. Trying to stretch himself out there a little bit. A lot of little wrinkles like that from Weiss tonight. Sneaking guys out of the backfield, trying to make it easy on their freshman quarterback, Jackson Schad, when they can. Yep. And when they've given him those easy, quick throws, he's been pretty successful.
Yeah, he's delivered, and it helps when you have experienced players like Guyton and Barry to get the ball to, and once Guyton got that ball, it was a race to the first down marker, and with 4 yards to go, he wins it every time.
Yeah, we haven't heard much from Adrian Wilson tonight, who is kind of the man on the receiving corps for this Weiss Wolf football team. He's headed to Arizona State next season. We have called the name of the sophomore, Trey Moore, a lot. Moore, a guy who we've been told already has, just as a sophomore, already has over 15 offers to play at the Division I level in college. As we do wait this out with a man down on the field, and that was Guyton, that, by the way, was slow to get up here for Weiss. We called Trey Moore's name a decent amount tonight, but a little surprised that we haven't seen more of Wilson being a factor on the receiver position. Guyton will walk off the field under his own power. Weiss with their first offensive possession of the second half, 28-21. The Wolves lead the Mavericks here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex on opening night. Mavs on the road next week. Out of the timeout, 1st and 10. Handoff to Nicholas Johnson. He had a really good first half. Breaks the first tackle as he spins out of it, and he's out to the 44. A pickup of 7 on first down there for Johnson. He was a force out of that backfield in the first half, Ike.
Yeah, especially in that first drive. But Johnson has been reliable all game, and he's been kind of the go-to when things have gotten shaky.
Handoff to him in the pistol formation over the right side, and just gets a head of steam well into McNeil territory, still on his feet, and pushes his way down to the 35-yard line. Woo! 19 yards on the tough running for Johnson. And they go right back to the line of scrimmage. Johnson's going to get a break. First and 10, inside Maverick territory at the 35. Split backs in the backfield for the quarterback shot. They'll hand this one off up the middle to Woolley. Start and stop and can't go anywhere. 3-4 McNeil Mavericks pushing him back. It was Javion Vick, Michael Jones, and a couple of others in there on the tackle as well. Look like number 31, Rodrigo Rivero in there. Several players, McNeil pushing him back for a 1-yard loss.
McNeil needed that after letting up some yards on 2 running plays to stand tall, try to get off the field.
Second down, 10 to go. Talk about this McNeil schedule here in just a minute. Drop back to pass, and flag down. We'll have movement on the line of scrimmage against Weiss. You know, last year McNeil had, I think 3 games to kind of get ready for district play. Well, this district expanded this year, Ike. There's only 2 games before district play starts for the Mavericks. It is it's a 9-team district this year. With, the way Texas high school football works, they change it every couple of years. So the Mavs go on the road to Lake Belton next week. But in 2 weeks, district play starts against Westwood.
Yeah, that's coming up soon. Well, the new team is Hutto in this district this year. Yeah, 9 teams.
Quick, dropping back to pass. Shad's got all day. Rolls to his right now. Throws back across his body. He's got a man complete. Daniel Berry at the 33-yard line. A pickup of 8. It'll be 3rd down and about 8 to go. Yeah, everybody back from the district from last year. Just add in Hutto. Four receivers set, and everybody moved for the Weiss Wolves. At least 3 or 4 players did.
And I think Hutto was in Weiss's district last year.
They were.
Out there with Temple and Waco Midway.
Yeah, they were.
Copper's Cove.
This is a pretty even district, though, when you look up and top at 6A District 25. You would expect Vandergrift to be one of the favorites again this year, as they usually are.
Right.
But you looked up and down the district and the rosters for everybody else, and it, just like last year, it kind of came down to the final week to decide where the standings were going to finish out 2, 3, and 4. And McNeil in the final game of the season, with other games going on, we were waiting it out to see what would happen with Round Rock, and they got the 2 seed. You might have the same situation here this year. 3rd and 13. Back to pass. Little screen pass out of the backfield, and it'll be incomplete off the hands of Braden Woolley. It'll be 4th down and long now for Weiss. We'll see what they decide to do from their own 38. Might be go for it territory, just because of field position here.
It's a quick moving quarter already, down to under 6 minutes left.
5:42 to go here in the 3rd. 28-21, Weiss leads McNeil. It is 4th down and 13 for the Wolves. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. They're going to let the play clock, I think, bleed all the way down and just take the penalty and then punt it away. That looks exactly like they're going to do. 1 second. There's the clock. And here's your delay of game penalty. Looks like an intentional delay of game. Give the punter a little room to work with here.
We saw that earlier in the first half when they did that. But, yeah, the district, as far as going to the playoffs last year, McNeil was tied 4-3 in district play with 3 other teams, with Round Rock, Vista Ridge, and Westwood.
Yeah.
And
Westwood was the odd team out, right?
Westwood got cut.
Yeah.
And then McNeil ended up with the 2 seed and then beat Bowie by district.
It was changing throughout the night as games were going on the final night of the season of who was in and who was out and who was seated where. It was really interesting. There's a high spiraling punt, fair catch called for and made at the 12-yard line by Aiden Taylor, so the McNeil Mavericks will take over right there.
Want to take a moment to thank our sponsors at Auto Nation. Auto Nation Chevrolet, they proudly support the Round Rock ISD football programs, and if y'all are looking for a big win, shop their unbeatable selection of new Silverados, Colorados, Equinoxes, Trax, and more. And plus, you can score cash for your car by selling it to the team at AutoNation Chevrolet. Get your quick online appraisal now at AutoNationChevroletWestAustin.com. Then get paid the same day. It's that easy. Visit AutoNation Chevrolet at 183 in Duval today. Together, let's drive.
There's a handoff over the left side to Aiden Taylor. He'll pick up a yard or 2 out to the 15. Weiss leads by 7 over McNeil. 5:20 to go in this quick-moving third quarter, and now a player down for McNeil. We've had a lot of injuries tonight on both sides of the football for both teams, and it's not something you want to see, especially on opening night. These kids work all offseason to get back here for these games. You only get 10 of them. You only guarantee 10 of them throughout the season, and certainly don't want to see guys getting hurt, and especially early in the season. This one, though, the way they're stretching him out, looks like it might just be a little cramp, which that one we can put some fluids and hopefully be okay long term. So that one we don't worry about as much as some of the others that we've seen here tonight, but we'll hope that the way they're massaging out and stretching the player out, that it's just a cramp down there. We're going to step aside while they attend to it. 5:19 to go in the third. Weiss leads 28-21 over McNeil.
Poker Club is a members-only card club offering a wide range of daily and tournament gameplay. In Round Rock, just off exit 251 on I-35, the lodge now boasts the largest card room in Texas with 82 tables, comfortable chairs, and 40 75-inch TVs. The lodge provides fully trained dealers and on-site security with state-of-the-art camera system to ensure the comfort and safety of our members. Open 24 hours a day. More information at thelodgepokerclub.com or call us at 512-614-4045. Alpha Paving Industries, LLC, is an award-winning, full-service paving and pavement maintenance company. We are headquartered in Round Rock with offices in Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth, servicing cities throughout Texas. In an industry typically known for its lack of professionalism and customer service, Alpha Paving Industries was founded with a vision to provide Texas with a trusted, dependable paving contractor that delivers a strong customer experience, meticulous project management, utmost professionalism, and quality workmanship. In 2013, Alpha Paving Industries, LLC was awarded the City of Austin Small Business of the Year Award for its outstanding service in the City of Austin, and was recognized this year as a top contractor with 4constructionpros.com. These awards are a testament to how we do business with all our customers. If you're looking for Texas's most dependable asphalt paving contractor, contact Alpha today.
2nd and 7, McNeil with a quick snap throw to the near sideline, caught and out to the 23-yard line. Gerald Gary with the catch and run. It will be 3rd down and about a yard and a half here for the McNeil Mavericks after the quick pass to Gary. 4:50 to go in this third quarter. The McNeil Mavericks trailing by a touchdown. Under center they go. Handoff to Williams. Right up the gut. He's got room. A stiff arm. And out to the 35-yard line. He goes for a first down. Joshua Williams, as they go under center, picks up 13 yards. First down for the Mavericks. Mavs trying to go fast now after getting that first down. Throws it out to the far sideline to Soltz, and he finds Gary. The ball may have come out. Weiss is saying they have it. Did they strip that out of Gary's hands?
Wow.
Everybody on that Weiss sidelines think it's their football. Nope, it's going to be McNeil ball. The ref is winding the clock, and 2 fingers just went in the air, and there is a flag coming out. That's going to be unsportsmanlike against the Weiss sideline. One of the coaches was well out onto the field. Probably in the ear of the umpires.
That was an angry throw from that ref.
Yeah. That's going to be a frustration, but free 15 for the Mavericks after the defense made a really nice play on first down.
Well, despite the flag and McNeil being able to move up 15, they were very lucky that they recovered that because there were two cornerbacks swarming the ball as soon as I think it was Christie who caught it.
I thought, it was either Christie or Gary, but
right.
Like that ball was kind of looked like it was stripped out of their hand almost immediately. I'm with you. Either way, McNeil gets a first down at their own 49. They'll take it. Will the Mavericks hand off to Williams? Tries to bounce it outside and nowhere to go. Just back to the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10.
This McNeil offensive line, I don't think Schultz has been sacked once.
He has not. It's one of the things I've been impressed with tonight. They are picking up blitzes and the pass rush really well tonight, and giving Schultz plenty of time to survey when he does drop back to throw. Under center now. Straight handoff to Williams. Breaks the first tackle, breaks the second towards the near sideline, and he's able to pick up about 8. It'll be 3rd and 2. I'll tell you, every time McNeil has gone under center for that straight handoff, it's been 8 to 12 yards.
Yeah, Williams moving full steam ahead, too.
They mark the ball at the 42, so it is 3rd down and 1. Another straight handoff up the middle, and Williams was able to break the first tackle, but not the second. Marcus Libby looked like he got there in the backfield. It's 4th and 1. See if the Mavs go for this. They probably will. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, down a touchdown. This game featured 42 points in the second quarter. Settled down a bit here. It's just the third possession total in this third quarter.
You said 42?
42 in the second quarter.
How about that stat?
There's another straight handoff up the middle. Williams able to find his way through the hole and a first down. Coach Hermes trusting that offensive line to get the job done. And Williams picks up 3. 8-play drive working for the Mavericks here. Picking up a couple of first downs.
McNeil, they're just slow and steadily trucking down the field.
Yeah, no rush to this drive, just methodical. Schultz drops straight back to pass. Looks for a man, has plenty of time, throws down the left sideline, overshoots his receiver, and it is picked off at the 5. Intercepted by number 2, Josiah Wells. He had great positioning the whole way against the receiver. And Wells with a relatively easy interception inside the 10 down at the 5-yard line.
Yeah, Wells, he's had a couple pass breakups tonight, too, and there the ball just kind of floated on Schultz, and Wells just went up and grabbed it. And Weiss is now in the driver's seat if they can put something together offensively. But, the silver lining for McNeil is they have Weiss backed up on their own 5. So it's as if they punted the ball away. They definitely wanted points on that drive, but not all is lost on that play.
Yeah, Weiss is going to have to go the length of the football field here inside their own 5 to start the drive with 2:14 to go in the third. Still leading this game by 7. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right with the ball on the right hash mark. A man comes in motion. That's Braden Woolley. They'll swing it to him out of the backfield. Makes the first man miss, and he's out across the 10 to the 11. There is a flag down. And this looks like it might be a procedural penalty against Weiss. Although nobody's moving back just yet. And now they're asking him to go back. Yeah. The way that flag came down, that didn't seem like it was against the defense there. Sideline warning goes against McNeil, so that play will count. Okay. 2nd down and 4 now. Handoff to the left side. Johnson stutter steps, cuts back across the field, and down to the 24, 25-yard line goes Nicholas Johnson. He was bottled up in the backfield, made one step and a cut, and then got upfield quickly for a gain of 14. Whew.
Yeah, Johnson's a tough runner. He took a hit from Brody Mansfield there. Wow.
Nicholas Johnson's impressive back there. The ability and change of direction that he has, it's pretty fun to watch. Johnson on the sweep play over the right side, breaks the first tackle, cuts back in, and gets out to the 34, close to a first down. Just bulls his way through those last 3 or 4 yards, fighting for every inch he can get. Going to be real close to a first down there. About a half-yard shy, and now we have another McNeil Maverick down on the other side of the field to be attended to. While they look at him, we'll step aside. 1:22 to go in the third. Weiss leads at 28-21 over the McNeil Mavericks.
Longtime McNeil parent Brian Kerman is a realtor who works for RE/MAX Capital City. Brian is involved in helping Round Rock families buy, sell, invest, and lease properties in the greater Austin area. He has been doing so for over 24 years. As a thank you to the community, he will be honored to donate $1,000 to your favorite booster club or other 501c3 if you use him and you close on a property. We hope you will contact Brian for all of your real estate needs at 512-921-4490 or at briankerman@remax.net.
Well, Javion Vick looks to be okay as he was able to get up and run across the field under his own power. 28-21 your score. Weiss leads the McNeil Mavericks. The Weiss Wolves with a football, 2nd and 1 at the 33 right now. They started this drive from their own 5 after an interception. Neither team has scored since coming out of the locker room here in the second half. There's another handoff to Nicholas Johnson straight up the middle, and he picks up about 7 or 8 more to the 41. Man, they might just ride him the rest of the way here. Freshman quarterback Jackson Shad. He's been okay tonight, but, you know, struggled at times. He's thrown an interception. Maybe should have had another 1 or 2 picked off, and might be the time where you start leaning on this junior running back to take some pressure off the freshman. And they fake the handoff. Shad throws over the middle. This time he's got a man. It's complete. Breaking the tackle. Adrian Wilson. He's off, and he is gone. Touchdown, Weiss Wolves. The Arizona State commit, Adrian Wilson, just housed it from 59 yards on a quick slant.
Yeah, he took it to the house. He got a step of separation, and then by the time he was in the end zone, he had about 2.5 strides on the defender, and he was gone. That's speed right there, and Weiss now up 2 scores, and Jackson Shad has himself another touchdown pass on the night. That was a good throw, put it right where it needed to be, and
yeah.
Now
Shad's got 3 total touchdowns tonight, 1 rushing, 2 passing, as the extra point is good. Your new score, 35-21 in favor of Weiss.
And Shad, you know, he made a good read there, starting off on that drive, handing the ball off, and good for him. Good for him. Freshman start, getting his 3rd touchdown of the night. That's a good sign for his coaching staff and fans. But for the McNeil Mavericks, there's still time. There's still time. They scored in a hurry on almost every single one of their scores, and there's still a lot of football left to be played.
For Weiss, that was a 5-play, 95-yard drive that took just 1:36 off the clock. So the Weiss Wolves scoring quickly as folks to our right calling the football game over here. We share some window space with other folks working tonight. We got a Colorado Buff fan to our right over here, and the Buffaloes, I think, just scored, if I'm not mistaken. So some happiness happening as they start to pull away from North Dakota State a little bit. 35-21, though, McNeil trails Weiss, as Weiss will kick this one away. This time they go with the deep kick. Joshua Gated receives it, waits for the hole, bounces out to the right. He's got a bit of room to work with across the 30 to the 31-yard line. So McNeil probably needs to find some points here. Had a decent drive going last time, Ike, before the interception.
Yeah, and that drive, they were mostly running the ball with Joshua Williams, and then they took a shot downfield, and it was picked off. And there's still time. And the way Williams has been running the ball, they could just feed him. But if they're going to take a deep shot here, it's got to be there. McNeil cannot afford another turnover here.
1st and 10, Mavericks. Ball on the 31. Under center, and a handoff to Williams over the right. He's got plenty of room towards the sideline, and he picks up about 8 or 9 yards on a first down out to the 40. They might ride Joshua Williams here, especially from under center, because when he gets that downhill head of steam, he's picking up 5, 6, 7, 8 yards of carry right now.
Well, McNeil's offensive line, I'd say, has been winning the battle down there.
I don't know that Williams is ready for that one, but they give him the straight handoff, and he's able to pick up another 6 for a first down. He was kind of looking to the sideline when the ball was snapped, but
kind of got tackled awkwardly, but he got right up, popped up.
Back under center. Another straight handoff to Williams. We're trying to work that right side of the offensive line. This time he only picks up about 2. You got to remember, too, last year, Ike, we saw this a decent amount when they would go under center, and you see Williams kind of slowly coming off the field here, as that will end the third quarter. Gerald Gary can get under center and run like that, too. So they have other options if, they want to give Williams a breather or have a different option to run the ball. We are through 3 quarters of play. Weiss leads it 35-21 over the McNeil Mavericks, but the Mavs have the football when we come back. 12 minutes left to go. This is Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford on the iHSFAN network.
In the heart of Austin, there's a name that reigns supreme, Covert Ford. For over 114 years, Covert Ford has been driven by the community, offering unbeatable service and a wide selection of vehicles. From the rugged F-150 to the iconic Expedition, Covert Ford has the perfect ride for every journey life offers. Visit Covert Ford Austin, where community drives us. CovertFord.com off Research Boulevard. Join the Covert family today.
We start the fourth quarter of play with the McNeil Mavericks having 2nd and 8 from their own 48, down by a couple of scores to the Weiss Wolves. This time the Mavs go back into shotgun after being under center. It's Gerald Gary with the handoff, dances his way up across the middle, and through a couple of tackles, he makes his way out for a 10-yard gain and a first down in the Weiss territory at the 42.
Brad, you're exactly right.
They go back to Gary on another handoff, and he's able to pick up about 3 or 4 flag down behind the play as well in the defensive backfield. Yeah, we said Gary can run it, and it might be a way to get him the football too, because he hasn't had as many touches as I think they would like for him to have tonight. 5-yard penalty goes against Weiss. I believe they had an illegal substitution, and I'm assuming McNeil is going to take the penalty. Yeah, they took it. 5 yards, first down. 1st and 5 here. So Gary in at running back again next to Schultz. They will hand it up to Gary. Right up the gut he goes. Across the 25, or 35 rather, to the 34. It'll be 2nd and 2.
McNeil's they're in a good spot right now as far as this drive. They still got plenty of time coming up on the red zone here.
The last time McNeil played in this stadium, they had a 14-point fourth quarter comeback to win in the playoffs. Gary takes a handoff, bounces it out left across the 30, and he's got a first down to the 28. Remember, they were down 14-0 at the start of the fourth quarter to Bowie in the playoffs and won that game 17-14.
Yeah, it was Bryce Wilson with the game winner field goal, right?
Yeah, a couple of minutes left in the game. Ball at the 28, 1st and 10, McNeil. Soltz to throw. Puts one up to the right side. It's incomplete into double coverage, but a flag comes in late. Looks like we're going to get a pass interference against Weiss here. Lot of contact on Gerald Gary out there on the right side.
If that's the case, talk about a lifeline extended to McNeil.
That'll be a 14-yard penalty. I think, or they give him full 15 here. Oh, they're going to call it a spot foul because it wasn't a full 15, but they will move it down. Looks like to the 13, so. 1st and 10, McNeil. A chance to cut this lead. Still with 10:38 on the clock here in the ball game. Williams in the backfield takes the handoff, and he's hit immediately. Drops for a couple of yard loss there. Caden Collins darting in from the defensive backfield to make the tackle. McNeil lines up quickly. 2nd down and 12. Quick snap, throw. Gary, far sideline. Caught at the 10. Comes back inside and able to get to about the 8. Picks up 7 on the play. 3rd down, 5 to go now. The Mavs can pick up a 1st down at the 3. And they might get one because it sure looks like Weiss was offside. Free play, fires one to the back of the end zone. It is caught. Was he inbounds? No. Receiver was out of bounds. It was Aiden, I think Zach Christie came up with the football in the back left corner of the end zone, but he was out of bounds. However, this should be a penalty against Weiss. They were offside. Still going to be 3rd down. I believe it's a half the distance to the goal penalty from here. But it's going to be 3rd down from the 5.
I know Christie was ruled out, but that was a good catch. That was really close.
Timeout called by Weiss. 35-21. The Wolves lead McNeil, but the Mavericks are knocking on the door at the 4. Back in just a second. This is Round Rock ISD Football, presented by Covert Ford.
Are you looking for a little something extra to get your business noticed? At Ideal Signs, they specialize in custom signage and large format digital printing in a variety of media. Their in-house design department can work with you to create custom artwork to your specifications. They'll work with you to conceptualize, design, and produce any custom projects or idea that you might have. Call 512-930-7446 or visit signsforsports.com. Ideal Signs, family owned and operated since 1969.
It'll be 3rd and 1 for McNeil from the Weiss 4-yard line. The Mavericks trail it by 14, but knocking on the door with 9:54 to go in the contest. When they've had to get short yardage tonight, the Mavs have gone under center. Let's see if they do it again here. Williams is deep in the backfield at running back. They do go under center. Soltz takes the snap. Hands it right up to Williams over the right side. He's got a 1st down, carries a couple of defenders with him down to the 1-yard line. 1st and goal, Mavs at the 1. And if I'm McNeil, I might line up and do the exact same thing again.
They're going to have 4 cracks at it.
Straight handoff to Williams. Up the middle. Into the end zone. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks. And McNeil back within a score with 9:38 to go here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex.
It's a well-orchestrated drive there. Williams came off for a little bit, give him a rest. Well, Gerald Gary picked up the yards, and then in your goal line package, I formation, throw Williams back in there, and we got a 1-score game.
Williams' 3rd total touchdown of the night. 2 on the ground, 1 as a receiver. A 10-play drive by McNeil capped off with the score there. A PAT, it's a fumbled snap, picking up the run. Gary trying to make the 2-point conversion, and he stopped the yard short. Fumbled the snap, and that could be huge, Heike. An 8-point game now instead of 7.
That changes things now. Say Weiss gets a field goal, McNeil needs 2 touchdowns now.
No, McNeil needs McNeil would have needed 2 scores either way if Weiss get a field goal. But if McNeil can hold, now you're in a must 2-point conversion situation if McNeil's able to get back to a potential tie. 35-27 the score. 10 plays on the drive. It took up 69 yards. And 2 minutes, 30 seconds plus another 22. 2 minutes and 52 off the clock. Real-time math, everybody.
Word from our sponsors over at AutoNation. AutoNation Chevrolet proudly supports the Round Rock ISD football programs. And if you're looking for a big win, shop their unbeatable selections of new Silverados, Colorados, Equinoxes, Trax, and more. Plus, score some cash for your car by selling it to the team at AutoNation Chevrolet. Get your quick online appraisal now at AutoNation Chevrolet, WestAustin.com. Then get paid the same day. It is that easy, folks. Visit AutoNation Chevrolet at 183 in Duval today. Together, let's drive.
Jackson Edwards kicks it away for the Mavericks. End over end kick heading towards the sideline. That's going to take a bounce and go out of bounds. Maybe not the worst idea, though, considering what Daniel Barry's pulled off in the return game tonight. Trying to coffin corner him there to see if he would return it. He didn't. Let it bounce out of bounds. But Barry has a return out to the 48 tonight and another one that has taken to the house. So we'll see. I'll tell you what. Here's where you're going to see Weiss is going to force him to re-kick. For the reasons I just told you. Barry's been so dangerous with the ball in his hands. Weiss will take the 5-yard penalty and make the Mavericks kick it to him. This is where you see Bryce Wilson not being out there tonight maybe making a bit of a difference because he had so many touchbacks last year. Just taking that return. He took the return game out completely. But obviously Wilson not suited up tonight. He is on the sidelines. I saw him earlier. But that definitely makes it a difference as far as the ability to put one out of the back of the end zone. So Jackson Edwards to kick it away again. Barry lined up at around the 15. Edwards with a low line drive kick, and that's a fair catch made at the 28. And Barry is yelling at his up back, Jacoby Mays. That ball was likely going out of bounds again. And had it gone out of bounds, they could have just kept forcing McNeil to go backwards and backwards to kick it off. Instead, McNeil maybe bailed out there on that fair catch at the 26. 9:37 to go in the contest. Weiss will take the football. It's only their 3rd possession of this second half. They punted the first time they had it, and then went on a 95-yard drive that took just 5 plays. It was a 59-yard touchdown catch from Adrian Wilson to cap that one off. A lot of big, long touchdown plays tonight, Ike.
Yeah, they've just came out of nowhere immediately.
1st and 10. Weiss and the freshman quarterback, Jackson Shad, sends a man in motion. Hands it off to the running back right up the middle, Nicholas Johnson. He has been a force to be reckoned with tonight, carrying defenders with him out to the 45. 19 yards on 1st down. And another man down for McNeil behind the play. Just looks like a lot of cramping tonight. It is a bit balmy out there. The rain and the clouds that have come through over the last few days. Still August in Texas, and then you add in some humidity. It makes it a little rough on the guys out there. We're going to step aside. Let's hear from our sponsors. Back in just a second.
Visit May Street Boutique in Round Rock for all your shopping needs. Whether you're looking for a special gift or that perfect outfit that everyone will love, we have you covered. Come visit us in-store or shop us online at maysstreet.com. We appreciate your business and thank you for shopping local.
Are you ready to take your celebrations to the next level? Imagine luxury indoor sleepovers that bring the magic of glamping right into your home, or a posh picnic party that brings elegance and charm to your outdoor space. Whether you're planning a birthday bash or a simple get-together with friends, Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events is here to make your dreams come true for any special occasion. Our event planning services will ensure every detail is perfect, leaving you free to enjoy the moment. So let Pop-Up Parties and Posh Events turn your next celebration into a memorable masterpiece.
1st and 10 for the Weiss Wolves at their own 45. 9:28 to go in the ball game. Fake the handoff to throw over the middle. It is off the hands and incomplete. Adrian Wilson, the intended target for the freshman Jackson Schatt. 2nd and 10 coming up. You can tell they're actively trying to get Wilson more into the ball game here.
Yeah, they are, and that was a tight window to fit that ball into, and just unable to make the play. But yeah, I mean, you get the ball in your big playmaker, wide receiver's hands. Good things will happen. But
2nd down, 10 now for Weiss. Johnson with the handoff, and he is wrapped up, and this time taken down for a short gain. Good job by the Mavericks. I'm trying to see who was in there on the tackle. Looked like 46. Wadike Nwosu, the defensive lineman, who just kind of grabbed him and held on for dear life. 3rd down and 8 coming up.
it's a big 3rd down here for McNeil.
Yeah, McNeil can get off the field and have a real chance at tying this thing up. 3rd and 8 for the Mavericks. Shad, the freshman, sends his running back to the left. They'll hand it off up the middle. Nowhere to go for Braden Woolley. Couple of defenders right there for the Mavericks. First on the scene looked like it was Marshall Holland. Maybe a yard or two picked up. But there is the stand that McNeil needed. A 4-play drive for Weiss. They'll be forced to punt, and the Mavs get the ball back with plenty of time on the clock.
I wouldn't put it past Weiss to run another fake here. I mean, they are in midfield, only needed 6 yards, but
if you're McNeil, you've got to be playing safe here, right? Just punt safe, and yeah, that's what they were doing. Everybody had their eyes on the backfield there. Punt will roll out of bounds at about the 18-yard line. So the Mavericks will have to drive the length of the field, but they do have possession of the football with 7:54 to go.
Well, I mean, they have their chance right here. I mean, the stop that Marshall Holland made, if McNeil goes on to score here and maybe win this game, that's what people are going to look back to as far as putting their foot down against this Weiss offense. I mean, this is a very explosive Weiss offense, but McNeil has had more explosive plays for them.
Yeah, a couple of these McNeil touchdowns. You're talking about touchdowns from 46 and 37 yards in the first half. They're going back under center with this power run game. Are the McNeil Mavericks. Straight handoff to Joshua Williams. And the single back formation, he picks up 2. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Ike.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But only getting 2 yards there. Running under 8 minutes, but
it's time to go back to the shotgun.
They're due for a shot downfield.
Fake handoff. Schultz to throw. He's looking to go downfield. He's got Gary on a little post, and he overshot his receiver, incomplete. Gary had his man beat off the line of scrimmage. Daly Bradfield was defending him. And they have not been able to connect on that deep ball tonight to Gary. But you were right. It was time for a shot downfield. Good call.
Thank you. And, yeah, I mean, Gary's a tremendous athlete. I mean, on the bad snap on the field goal, he picked it up, and, I mean, he was only a foot short of the goal line. Looks like he's in one-on-one coverage right now, again, on the top of your screen.
Yeah, you know Schultz sees that. They back off on Gary, though. Soltz looking left, man coming in pressure. He will let it go. He's got a man open. That's Christie, caught at the 45. Cuts back towards the line of scrimmage into Weiss territory, and Zach Christie's down to the Weiss Wolf 44-yard line on a 36-yard pickup.
Christie was due for one of those. That was just a corner route to the outside. The receivers on Soltz right didn't even want to route. That was Soltz to Christie the whole way.
Two receivers on each side. Soltz drops back to throw again. Pressure coming in his face, and this one just floats downfield. It's incomplete, looking for Williams. First time tonight on those last two plays, we've really seen a little pressure get to Jaden Soltz in the backfield.
Yeah, he had to get rid of it, and that throw to Christie that's the first time that Soltz was able to deliver really with pressure coming in his face to throw a good deep ball.
Second and 10 for the Mavericks at the Weiss 44. There's a handoff to Williams over the right side. He'll lower his shoulder, get across the 40 to the 39, a pickup of 5 on the play. You know it's 4-down territory, so that's not the worst idea to pick up 5 and give yourself 2 shots here with 5 yards to make. 6:47 to go in the ball game. Soltz checking the play. Quick throw near sideline to Christie. Caught in one-on-one coverage. Makes the first man miss, and he will get across the 25 to the 23. First down Mavericks, 15-yard pickup to Zach Christie. Just kind of ducked under that first tackle there, Ike.
Yeah, that's a strong dude.
First and 10, ball at the 24. High snap. Williams able to pick it up on the bobble, corral it, and get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe even picked up a yard there. Woo.
Wow. They're living on the edge.
That ball was a high snap. It went off of Soltz's hand, kind of deflected towards Williams, and he was able to just snag it and secure it and get forward. 2nd and 9. They hand it off to Williams. Through the hole, into a pile at around the 20. It's a pickup of 4. It will be 3rd down and 6 coming up. That play call tells me they know it's 4-down territory. Take your time. Looks like the Weiss line might have jumped, and a timeout came in right at the last second for Weiss. They were struggling to get guys on and off the field. And you could see it, and their coaching staff calling the timeout there late to save themselves 5 yards or maybe even more. They didn't like the matchup they had there.
And Soltz has looked very comfortable on this drive as far as running the offense and the plays, and Weiss has sent pressure at him, but even there, Soltz, I'm noticing they were scrambling.
This is where that experience last year as a sophomore really comes into play, that playoff pressure. I mentioned it. That 14-point fourth-quarter comeback last year in the playoffs, needing to win on the final night of the season to get into the or to have a shot at the playoffs. You didn't know if you're going to make it based on how things were breaking out just yet. There's a lot of pressure games this team played in late October and into November last year that this offense, it's not their first rodeo being in this spot.
Yeah, and McNeil was down 14 at the start of this quarter. And, just how the momentum feels like it's starting to shift a little bit. Of course, McNeil still has work to do with a little over 5 minutes left.
3rd down and 6. Soltz drops straight back. They got a little slot screen attended. It is caught by Gary. Up the middle, breaks a tackle, across the 5, and he will be taken down at the 1, maybe the 2, but 1st and goal for the McNeil Mavericks as they get Gerald Gary on a little inside slot screen.
Moving fast here, up tempo.
Up under center. Williams has 3 touchdowns tonight. He'll take the handoff, and he will push forward. Did he get in? No. He's about a foot short.
It's as close as it gets there.
Oh, yeah, where they ran that in, yeah. You might want to wonder. I know they usually love to hand it off, but maybe Soltz just takes one and pops it right up the takes a quarterback sneak or something. And now we have another injury timeout. Looked like the Weiss player went down a little late, taking his time up off the field pretty quickly under his own power. I don't know if Weiss liked the matchup they had. Maybe just had the player go down. Can't really tell, but teams start going fast. You will see that on occasion. The young man's up and okay and walking off on his own powers. That's, considering all the injuries we've seen tonight, that is the best thing
that's awesome.
for sure. 35-27, your score. Weiss leads McNeil, 4:44 to go in the ball game, but the Mavericks are knocking on the door again. Second and a foot to pay dirt. The Mavericks only down 8 because of a missed extra point last time out on a bobbled snap. Pistol formation. Williams in the backfield, and now they'll run Schultz up under center. He takes a snap. It's a quarterback sneak. He's easily into the end zone. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks. And they are a 2-point conversion away from tying this thing up with 4:34 to go.
Yeah, McNeil here. That's huge. And Schultz was the leader of that drive. Zach Christie, who had been pretty quiet all game.
Yep.
He came up big for the Mavericks there. He was huge.
Yeah, that 3rd and 7 completion for 30-some-odd yards was really the big play of this drive. All right, 2-point conversion time. Under center go the Mavs. Williams in the backfield. They will motion Aiden Taylor. Pitch it out to Taylor. Trying to win a foot race to the right side. Makes the man miss. Pushes forward. He will get in there. 2-point conversion is good, and we are tied up in Round Rock. 35-35. The Mavericks have erased a 14-point fourth quarter deficit on opening night.
14 points in like 8 minutes. How about that play?
Woo!
How about that play? Taylor going in motion, and Weiss had him beat, but he cut up field, and the lineman shoved him over, and you could see immediately McNeil's half of the stands. Everyone went up, said touchdown, touchdown, tie ball game.
11 plays, 3 minutes, 20 seconds off the clock. It was an 82-yard march for the McNeil Mavericks, and we have got ourselves a game, folks. It looks like, oh my gosh, I hope that the screen did not, I wasn't looking, and I hope the screen didn't freeze here on us. Hopefully you can still hear us. I'm going to check something. Give me 1 second. You might hear an audio thing, but give me 1 second here. We're going to have to check something, folks. 35-35 your score. We got the camera back. We got it good. Sorry about that, folks. Glad you can hear us. It is 35-35. We're sorry if you missed that. It looks like the video froze on us for a minute, but we just figured out what was going on. Our apologies for that. McNeil with the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. Glad you could still stick around with us. McNeil kicking off with 4:34 to go. It is fielded at the 15 by Daniel Berry. He's got a hole, and he will be stood up at the 33. You know who just made that tackle? I think it was the kicker that stood up and made that tackle, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It was 22.
No, it wasn't. You're right. It was 20. It was
Jeremiah Williams.
Jeremiah Williams. You're correct. 4:25 to go in the ball game, Mikey. Again, we apologize if the video froze on us there for a second. McNeil, we understand the audio never froze out, so we're good there. You were able to hear us. 35-35 your score. Handoff left side. Nicholas Johnson towards the sideline, and he's got a little room. Picks up about 4 or 5 to start the drive to the 37. 5-yard pickup there. And a flag down in the backfield. This might come back. So glad to have you along here on the iHSFAN Network with us. And this will go against Weiss. Woolsby march back 10 yards. Actually, 15. It was a personal foul. Back to the 18-yard line, Ike.
It's the third personal foul.
That is Man. Back them up. Huge swing. That's about a 19-yard hidden yardage type play. It is 1st and 25. There's a handoff to Nicholas Johnson, and he picks about 5 yards back up to the 23. 2nd down and 20 coming for Weiss. 4 minutes to go. And the Mavericks, if they can get a stop, can start thinking about a victory here. Well, how can they play for the win?
Weiss hasn't had too much success behind the chains.
2nd and 20, the freshman, Jackson Shad. Kind of taking his time here. They're not going to be in a rush with the Weiss Wolves to make this happen. Fake the handoff, Shad to look and throw. He scrambles out. He's got room to run across the 30, slides forward at around the 35. And there's a flag coming in late. Weiss wanted the late hit after he started sliding. One of the linemen especially came in yelling for it. And now a late flag comes in. The referees conferring about it. That flag came in from deep in the defensive backfield.
Oh, yeah, it was late.
And that's what they're going to get, a personal foul against McNeil, calling a late hit with the quarterback sliding, feet first.
Wow.
That'll move the ball up to the 50, and it's a 1st down. 49 is where they'll officially spot him.
Shad can move.
He can.
He can run. Show him off.
He can run, but that is a monster penalty.
Yep.
That goes from 3rd and 10-ish to 1st and 10. 3:20 on the clock. There's a snap. They hand it off to Johnson around the left side. Tries to stiff arm a man, but he only picks up a yard or two. Wrestled down at the 49 of McNeil by Olivier Hemming.
McNeil. I mean, they still have their 3 timeouts left, and depending on how Weiss plays this, they may want to start using them.
This is a great, great football game on opening night. I thought we might have a good one tonight. Whew. I didn't know we'd have this. 2nd and 8. McNeil all within about 8 yards of the football here. As the handoff goes to Johnson, he's hitting the backfield. He's going to lose a few yards. Big play by the McNeil defense. Marshall Holland, Sean Crow in there on the tackle. It is 3rd and 12.
Marshall Holland's been in a couple big stops. Now, McNeil, they just need one more stop here.
3rd and 12, and the ball would put on the shoulder of Jackson Shad, the freshman, in his first high school start. Drops back to pass. Blitz coming. Swings it out to Johnson, who dropped it. Nicholas Johnson drops the football on the swing pass, and McNeil will get the football back. There's 2:01 left on the clock in a tie football game. Okay, math fans.
So, assuming McNeil gets it back, they're going to have a little under 2 minutes, 3 timeouts left. That's what you dream of.
You don't even. I don't even think you think about blocking here. They're playing safe. You got to make sure you secure the football, if nothing else here. Aiden Taylor's going to let it bounce. No risk play. McNeil's just going to want the football. They will get it at the 14 with 1:49 to go. The big thing to me, Ike, right now, McNeil's got a different kicker tonight to work with. No services of Bryce Wilson, who we know has a cannon of a leg and who was very accurate last year.
Right.
So, and he's been under the pressure. He's kicked some big. He's had some big kicks for this team, including the playoffs. So, if you have to settle for a field goal attempt, you wonder. We've seen Jackson Edwards do the kickoffs, and I think Cesar Baza has been doing the extra points tonight. Have not had a field goal attempt this evening. Ball spotted at the 14 with 1:49 to go. There's a fake handoff. Schultz is going to keep it up the middle. He's got plenty of room across the 25, down the sidelines on his feet. 35, 40, foot race out to the 50, into Weiss territory, breaks a tackle, 30, 25, pushed out of bounds, finally around the 22-yard line, but Jaden Schultz turns on the Jets for a monster gain, and the McNeil Mavericks are in business with 1:36 to go.
The job isn't done yet, but Jaden Schultz, that's the Heisman moment of this game if McNeil pulls this off. That was a Superman run.
65 yards on the run from Schultz. 1st and 10 Mavericks after 21. My goodness. Williams takes this handoff over the left side. He's getting about 2 or 3. We've been saying all night, Schultz can run. Schultz can run. He hasn't done much of it. And when they need it the most, he pulls it and takes off.
So I was watching McNeil's kicker Jackson Edwards kick field goals and warm-ups, and he hit a few from 30 to 35 yards, which is right about this range.
Yeah, you need probably about another 5 yards to feel comfortable. 1:05 on the clock. Quick throw, far sideline. Ball caught to Gary in one-on-one. He will be tackled at about the 14. A flag comes in as well. Just trying to get Gary in a one-on-one matchup to see if he can make a move and make a man miss. We wait for the call. Ineligible receiver downfield against McNeil. Kind of interesting considering how fast that ball came out. And Gary's going to go down with a cramp. Being asked to be attended to. You could see it. He was up fine after the play, and then you could see him just grab at the calf, trying to get himself off the field, so that way there's no timeout having to be used because you're under 2 minutes here. 56 seconds left on the clock. And I think McNeil will use a timeout. They have 2 left. Ball spotted at the 25 when we get back into play. Or 24, I should say, after the penalty. 35-35. Are you having fun out there with high school football back? You know, Ike, at some point I got to get up and actually go to work in the morning.
Hey, we're living here.
Yeah.
Thursday night football.
Gotta love it, right?
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back here tomorrow night, too, with Cedar Ridge taking on Buda Johnson.
This is just the beginning, my friend.
Yes, it is. Watching this final play on the phone while we have a shot. North Dakota State throwing one to the end zone. It is caught, but tackled at the 5-yard line, so Colorado will win by 5 points, 31-26 over North Dakota State. Kind of what I expected, a tough game up there in Boulder tonight between Colorado and North Dakota State. Here we go, 1st and 10. Should be 2nd and 14. The board has it wrong. Scoreboard does. 2nd about 13 or 14 here. Ball at the 24 for McNeil. 56 seconds left on the clock. And we're sorry, the camera looks like it's doing its thing again. We'll get it fixed here if we can. There we go. Got it working. I don't know what's going on with it, but that's technology sometimes. All right, 2nd and 13. There's a snap. Handoff Williams left side. Shakes in the backfield, and he's tackled for a loss of about 3. Big play on defense there for the Weiss Wolves. Looked like Caden Collins shooting in there to make the tackle. A timeout called by the Mavericks. All tied up. It'll be 3rd down and 16 coming. Scoreboard showing 2nd and 14. It's 3rd and 16. Always, always trust the down markers on the field. And if you're keeping a score sheet like me, that helps too.
So there's 2 ways. So they could take 2 shots to the end zone here, or they have another timeout.
If you could pick up 10, you're in field goal range, right? You said he was making from 30 to 35 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If you can pick up a quick 10 with Gary on a quick slant or Christie or something like that,
Could do that.
then maybe you set yourself up for a last shot field goal and go to overtime if you miss, right? But I don't know that you take 2 shots to the end zone here. I don't think that's the play. I say that, and they'll probably throw it to the end zone right now. Schultz sends a man in motion. That's Jaden Thompson going to the right. Thomas, rather. Schultz rolls to his right, looks to throw, checks it down. He's got it, a receiver completed to Jermichael Gary. And Gary gets to the 23. This would be about a 40-yard field goal from the right hash from here. 4th down coming. 11 yards to get. And like I said, this is really where you miss Wilson tonight, because this is well within his range. Time running down. I don't know how much is on the clock. The game clock is frozen out there. Timeout McNeil called. The game clock says 2 seconds, but the clock hasn't moved in a while, Ikey. I don't know what's accurate and what isn't. There is 4th and 12 coming for the Mavericks, or 4th and 11 rather, coming for the Mavericks. The ball is at the 23-yard line. 35-35 your score. The Mavs were down by 13 to start this 4th quarter. And now they have a chance to maybe get an opening night victory in come-from-behind fashion over Weiss. On paper, this says it's a 5A, 6A matchup, but make no mistake, this Weiss team is loaded with talent. They were a 6A district champion last year, and probably are the favorites to win their district in 5A this season. In 5A Division I, District 12. The Mavs will try the field goal. It will be the left-footed kicker, Jackson Edwards, the senior, lining up. Actually, that's not Edwards kicking, excuse me. That's number 86. Apologies. It's Cesar Baza from 39 yards on the right hash mark. Snap is down. The kick is up. It's got a line drive lag. It is good. No good. Excuse me. No good. It is wide. It looked like it was good. The entire McNeil sideline was celebrating, and it is no good. Line drive kick, and I think it just missed left. We're going to go to overtime, everybody. There were 2 seconds on the clock. That was the final play of the game. 35-35 your score. Extra time coming here on the opening night of high school football. It sure looked like, folks. I'm sorry to make you excited. I thought that kick was good, Ikey.
I thought it went in.
I need to see a replay because I missed left, but it had the leg. The entire McNeil sideline was celebrating. The side of the stands were celebrating, and then all of a sudden the umpires and the referees said no good. 35-35, overtime on the way. This is Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford.
In the heart of Austin, there's a name that reigns supreme, Covert Ford. For over 114 years, Covert Ford has been driven by the community, offering unbeatable service and a wide selection of vehicles. From the rugged F-150 to the iconic Expedition, Covert Ford has the perfect ride for every journey life offers. Visit Covert Ford Austin, where community drives us. CovertFord.com, off Research Boulevard. Join the Covert family today. Bush's Chicken is a proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs, with stores in Cedar Park, Round Rock, Georgetown, both North and South Austin, and our newest store serving Pflugerville and Hutto. Bush's serves the Texas standard in real hand-battered fried chicken and crispy tenders, tasty rolls, and that famous Bush's sweet tea. Bush's Chicken, proud supporter of area schools, athletic programs, and booster clubs. The Texas standard. Bush's Chicken. It's good, good, good.
Well, we are coming up on overtime here in at the Kelly Reese Athletic Complex. do we have a penalty on the field? The ball's being marked at the 11. I don't know that this game's over. It's going to be a kick to win the game. There's a penalty on the field that we didn't see the flag come down, folks. Excuse me. 35-35. McNeil's got one more shot with no time on the clock. And this time, it's a 28-yard kick. None of us up here ever saw the flag come down. So a reprieve for Baza. It's not Baza, excuse me. That's Jackson Edwards, who's done the extra points all night. This one up, and this one is no good. We will still go to overtime. Wide left for Baza. 2 chances from the field goal kickers. 2 different kickers, and unfortunately for the Mavericks, both of them go wide. Now we will go to overtime officially. 35-35 in what may be the most insane high school football game I have ever seen, Ike. Sorry, go ahead.
We must not have the angle on the upright because I thought the second one was for sure good.
It had the leg. It missed left. You could see the umpires and referees back there doing this, saying it missed left. But
wow, yeah, this game's had everything.
This game, you remember the old SNL skit where it's like the hottest club in New York City? This game has everything. This is the hottest club in Round Rock tonight. This place has everything. Long touchdown passes, huge game-swinging plays. Kickoff returns. And now two chances to win the game, and neither kick is good. And so the Mavericks and Weiss officially go to overtime. It's funny. We're over here watching it, and we see them lining up. Our friends from the other broadcast crews are next to us. They had the headsets off. You could see that they were still in break, and I had to tap on the glass yo, we're kicking. There's still a chance here. It's wild. We always try to help each other out up here in the booth. You'll find that out here. The broadcast community is it's a tight-knit
It's a real deal.
Yeah, it's a real deal. It's a tight-knit community. You try to help each other out, and we're all just trying to do the best for our viewers and listeners wherever you are tonight. This has been one heck of a football game. The McNeil Mavericks we're down 7-0 after the first quarter. The two teams traded touchdowns in the second quarter. It was a 42-point second quarter, and Weiss went up 28-21 at the half. Weiss would get another touchdown to take a 35-21 lead, and then McNeil would storm back in the fourth quarter, cutting it to 35-27, missing the extra point on a bobbled snap, get a stop, get back down the field, score again, make the two-point conversion to tie the game, get another stop, a huge run from the quarterback Jaden Soltz, puts him into field goal range, missed the first field goal as time was expiring, but a penalty flag that none of us saw come down gives McNeil a chance after an injured player was attended to for a second field goal opportunity. This one from 28 yards. That one was missed. And here we go to overtime at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. The two head coaches will meet at midfield, probably both shaking their head at opportunities from both sides that have been missed tonight. But man, oh man, Ike, I think we got maybe the game of the week already here tonight.
Game of the week. I mean, I'd venture to say the game of at least half of the season. This is going to be hard to rival. I'm stunned.
This is absolutely fantastic to watch. Updates and scoreboard around for you real quick. Hendrickson beats Belton 14-0. Stony Point, a game you can see on the iHSFAN network, beats Eastview 28-22 tonight. Westlake over Prosper 35-14. That's gone final. Taco Shack Bowl still going on. Early fourth quarter. Whew. Do you like points, Ike?
Oh, yeah.
Anderson 50, McCallum 40.
Whoa.
At the beginning of the fourth quarter.
I don't think McCallum's won in good bit.
They're still working out the coin toss and who's getting the ball down there, so we will wait this one out and see which end zone we're going to play at. Let's give you some updates from around college football if we can. First of all, let's see if we can get an announcement from the referee and understand who's going to do what. Looks like McNeil's defense is going to take the field first. Been a long time since I've seen a high school football overtime, but I am pretty sure, folks, it is a 10-yard. You play from the 10-yard line. So we will see where they line up, but unless they've changed the rules, and they may mark them at the 25. Ike, you were pretty sure it was the 25, like college, and that looks like where they will mark it. So you are right. Forgive me. It is, like I said, it has been a long time since I've seen high school football OT. UAB 31, Alcorn State 3 in the third quarter. Utah 42-0 shutout over Southern Utah in the third. Minnesota and North Carolina locked up in a good one, 14-13 Gophers. About to start the fourth quarter in Minneapolis. Monroe beating Jackson State 21-14, early fourth quarter there. Illinois shutting out Eastern Illinois 38-0 in the third. San Jose State trails Sacramento State 17-14 in the second. As we get underway here to start the first overtime. Freshman quarterback Jackson Schad takes his team out there, hands it off to Nicholas Johnson, the workhorse running back, and that is an easy and quick 10 yards and a first down for Johnson.
That's a statement. Whichever team stops the run is going to win this game, especially from the 25.
I think that's a real good observation, Ike. First and 10. They will keep Johnson in the backfield. I imagine they're just going to hand it to him a bunch here. Another handoff up the middle. Gets ahead of steam, pushes a man over, and gets inside the 10 to the 7. 2 carries, 18 yards for Nicholas Johnson to start this first overtime. Second down, 3 to go. He has been very secure with the football tonight, too. And there is movement on the line of scrimmage. Looked like the right tackle moved. You could see the frustration from Joshua Austin. Number 50 down there. That'll be a 5-yard penalty. Backs it up to 2nd and 7. A long night here at the Kelly's Athletic Complex tonight. This thing kicked off at 7 o'clock. It is 10:30 right now. Second down, 7 to go. Man in motion. They'll hand it off to Johnson. Stutter steps, gets around the corner, lowers his shoulder, fights off a defender, and he's down to about the 1-yard line. Maybe the 2 is where they'll mark him, but a very, very hard run from Nicholas Johnson. It's first and goal for Weiss.
This kid is nails.
He's impressive, man.
That run was unbelievable.
First and goal at the 2. And he's just picking up steam when he's running, man. He doesn't look tired at all. You can see some hands on hips, but when he gets the ball in his hands, it's a ball of energy. Tight formation. Johnson stays in at running back. He'll go to the left of his quarterback, Schad. And it looks like timeout might have been called by Weiss. Nope, delay of game. And we talked about it earlier. Freshman quarterback, his first start at high school level. Little things like this. That's the second time tonight that we've seen a play having a delay, getting in, getting the right call in. And you go from first and goal from the 2 now to first and goal from the 7. Big penalty. Handoff Johnson over the left side. He'll meet the defender at the 5 and get down to the 4. Good tackle there by number 31, Rodrigo Rivero.
Yeah, I mean, Weiss on offense, freshman quarterback, their running back has been doing very well, but look, they've played well enough to win this game, even though they're still in it off of a couple missed field goals, but they have a shot right here, 2nd and 5 from the 5-yard line.
2nd and 5, our goal rather, from the 5. Hand up to Johnson again, up the middle. McNeil rides him down from behind, but not before he picks up 3, back to the 2. And the way he's running, man, they're just going to keep handing it up the middle. I think, and certainly, Schad has played pretty well for a freshman tonight, but overtime, first start, you probably don't want the ball in his hands too much if you can help it, if you're the Weiss Wolves. 3rd and goal from the 2. They'll hand off to Johnson. They'll be pushing forward. He was hitting the backfield, but he's still able to carry defenders with him into the end zone. Touchdown, Weiss. He was hit at the point of the handoff and was still able to get into the end zone, just carrying a couple of defenders on his back. Weiss goes back up a score. And here comes a very important extra point.
Johnson went out there on that drive and said he's not going to school tomorrow with a loss.
All of the work on that drive off the legs of Johnson. The extra point from Munoz. Snap down, and a kick is good. 42-35. Weiss finds the end zone and the extra point. McNeil will get their chance with the football now, spotted at the 25. Now, here's what I'm interested in. If McNeil is able to put this in, do they think about going for 2 tonight?
I mean, I think they think about it for sure. But both kickers struggled. But I mean,
no extra points.
Long field goal.
Yeah, the only extra point that's been missed tonight was the bobbled snap.
Right,
but
they've made it.
They've made
the extra
anything
points.
that's gone down. But it's also game 1 of the season. This does not affect your playoff spot at any point in the match. Do you think about
just roll the dice?
Roll the dice and see what happens, right? You never know. I'll be curious. They got to find the end zone first. Schultz looks to throw, floats one up to the right sideline. It will be caught. Touchdown, McNeil Mavericks. First play of overtime for McNeil. Gerald Gary comes down with it in the front of the end zone, and McNeil, they're leaving the offense out there. They're going for 2. They're going to go for 2 and the victory.
Gerald Gary won it when it mattered most.
42-41, Weiss leads it. McNeil's going for the win right now. Williams lined up at running back. The Mavericks go under center. And timeout called by Weiss. What a ball game. 42-41, Weiss leads. McNeil with their 3rd chance for a walk-off win tonight. 2 missed field goals, and now a chance to walk it off with a 2-point conversion.
I like Coach Hermes' decision here. Look, they were down 14 in the last quarter, tied it, and then missed 2 field goals. They're saying, you know what? It's been an up-and-down game, but let's go win this thing right now.
It's a lot of confidence in your offense.
Leave it all
right
out there. And if we lose, we lose. But
yeah. If it's a district game, you might kick the extra point here, right? But it's not. It doesn't affect your playoff standings. It's all about building momentum and what you've seen tonight, and I like it. Let's try to go win it. I like it. A barn burner on opening night, and it's coming down to 1 snap. A 2-point conversion for McNeil. They make it, they win. If they fall short, Weiss gets it. Under center goes Schultz. Takes the snap. It's a sweep to Gary. He's got room. Can he get the corner? He will be tackled shy at the 1. Could not get there. The Weiss defense holds, and Weiss wins it 42-41 in overtime. Oh, my.
wow.
McNeil puts it into the hands of their most electric offensive player on the sweep, a play they have not run all night, out of under center. And Gary just could not get to the corner. The tackle was made at the 1, and I don't know who made the play before that, but there was a Weiss player that kind of forced Gary to readjust just for a second on a missed tackle, and that allowed the second player to get in and make the tackle and clean the play up at the 1. Otherwise, Gary's in the end zone.
Huh. It was mano-a-mano, and what? Wow. That's it all on the field. Both these teams, it wasn't a perfect showing by any means. There were mistakes, but it was the game of the year.
You're going to have a hard time finding a better high school football game this year than what we just watched on opening night here in Round Rock. We're going to step aside for just a second, come back, wrap it all up. Your final in overtime, Weiss 42, McNeil 41. This is Round Rock ISD football presented by Covert Ford.
In the heart of Austin, there's a name that reigns supreme, Covert Ford. For over 114 years, Covert Ford has been driven by the community, offering unbeatable service and a wide selection of vehicles. From the rugged F-150 to the iconic Expedition, Covert Ford has the perfect ride for every journey life offers. Visit Covert Ford Austin, where community drives us. CovertFord.com off Research Boulevard. Join the Covert family today.
Back at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex, where we will wrap it up tonight. Brad Tillery and Ike Kohler here with you. 42-41 in overtime. Your final. McNeil falls on a 2-point conversion play. But man, oh man, that was a football game and a half to watch. Quick recap. We're not going to do full recaps. It's late tonight, guys. We got to get out of here. We got another game in less than, 20 hours to call. But McNeil fell down 7-0 in the first quarter. Then these two teams combined for 42 points in the second quarter. It was 28-21 Weiss at the half. Weiss would expand the lead to 35-21 at the start of the fourth, but McNeil storms back, scores 14 points in the fourth quarter, including a 2-point conversion to tie it up. They would get a stop, get back down the field, and have a field goal opportunity to win the game from about 39 yards on the last play. It was wide left. We thought we were headed to overtime, but after some discussion, there was a penalty that none of us saw on the flag down there. So McNeil had a second shot on a game-winning field goal from the 28 yards. That, too, was wide left, so we do go to overtime. Weiss able to ride the legs of Nicholas Johnson for a touchdown. They would make the extra point. McNeil on their first play of OT, a touchdown pass to Gerald Gary in the front of the end zone over by the corner there, and that made it 42-41. The Mavs decide to go for two. They hand it to Gary on a little sweep inside. He almost got the corner, but a heck of a defensive play for the Weiss Wolves stopped him at the 1 in open space, and that is not an easy man to tackle in open field. And that is your final. 42-41, Weiss beats McNeil in overtime at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex in a stunner of a football game, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little speechless. I mean, congratulations to Weiss for pulling this one out. And if you're McNeil, it slipped through their fingers there at the end, and then McNeil left it all on the field in overtime. Gerald Gary was inches away from winning that ball game, and they gave it to their playmaker and just short, and this team got guts.
Absolutely nothing to hang your head about.
Yep.
If you're the McNeil Mavericks tonight. We mentioned it earlier. Weiss, yes, they're 5A. They just dropped back down from 6A. They were 9-2 in 6A last year. They have several players on this roster going to play at the next level, already committed, and others being recruited by major schools at the next level. When I say next level, I mean like Big 12, Pac-12. Big 12, former Pac-12, now Big 10 schools, SEC. Like, they're getting recruited everywhere. This McNeil team came out to play, battled hard that fourth quarter comeback, reminiscent of what we saw in the playoffs last year. And man, oh man, what a football game tonight as McNeil rolled the dice. Unfortunately, came out snake eyes on the final play of the game. 42-41, Weiss with the victory in overtime. For Ike Kohler and everybody here involved with the iHSFAN Network, I'm Brad Tillery saying good night, everyone. We're so glad to have you along. We know it's late on a Thursday. We sure hope you enjoyed this broadcast because we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Don't forget to like and subscribe everything on iHSFAN and put your notifications on because we're right back here tomorrow night. Ike and I at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex will be here for Cedar Ridge as they take on Buda Johnson. 7 o'clock, your kickoff, 6:45, the airtime tomorrow night here at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. We look forward to bringing it to you then. Have a great Thursday night, everybody. Happy Friday. Get ready for this long Memorial Day, this long Labor Day weekend. We'll see you again tomorrow night. One final time from the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex, though. Weiss in overtime topples McNeil 42-41. Good night, everyone.
You are listening to the Horn Webcast Network, powered by iHSFAN. If you're interested in advertising on or privately supporting this webcast, please reach out to us on Twitter at iHSFAN. All audio rights of this webcast presentation belong to iHSFAN, and any intent to rebroadcast or retransmit must have express written consent from iHSFAN.